Okay. I don't have the script, Chuck, but there's an official start.
Yeah, there's a start, and that's kind of our script. And then for each agenda item, you just read what's on the agenda. So that script is not being used anymore. Let's see if everyone starts to come on. I just gave permission for to start videos for everyone. Okay. Hello, everyone. This is Chuck Tirone from the Reading Conservation Administrator. Consistent with the governor's orders suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law and allowing us to adhere to social distancing requirements, and that has been extended. Recently, the Town of Reading Conservation Commission is being held virtually via Zoom. Audio and video participation of the Conservation Commission members, applicants, and their representatives, and the public. During the meeting, myself or the chair will mute and unmute applicants, the representatives, and the members of the public individually. During the meeting, during the conservation meeting, the chair and the administrator will be the only ones to allow participants to share video. These controls are in place for tonight's meeting so that it will be safe and effective. At this time, Chair Scanlon will conduct a roll call vote of the members that are present and to ensure that they can hear everyone.
Okay, I'm going to go down the names here. And please stick with this order. So Martha Moore.
Martha Moore, Vice Chair. Martha Moore, Vice Chair.
I think Anika's froze.
That just is that on my end?
I think so.
Or is that Martha?
Try again. Martha Moore, Vice Chair.
Apologies about that. Thank you. Carl.
Carl Ciccone, member.
Okay, John.
John Sullivan, member.
Joe.
Joe Carnahan, member.
Recording in progress.
Brian.
Brian Bowe, member.
Okay, and Anika Scanlon.
Sure, Anika Scanlon, Chair of the Conservation Commission. Thank you, everyone. Please note that this meeting is being recorded. Also be aware that folks may be able to see you. Anything that you broadcast or capture will be captured by the recording. All the material for this meeting is available at the Conservation Division page. And I recommend that commission members and the public follow the agenda as posted on the Town of Reading website. However, because the meeting is being conducted remotely, I advise applicants particularly that the commission cannot discuss or consider documents which are not previously posted. Information may, however, be presented orally. Similarly, members of the public are encouraged to provide written public comment, but should understand that not all participants nor the commission members will be able to see written comments during the course of this meeting. Before we get started tonight, on tonight's agenda, I am going to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of business to ensure that accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair or administrator yields the floor to you. State your name before speaking. After the commission members make their remarks and have been addressed by the applicant, the chair or the administrator will afford time for public comment as followed. The chair will first ask members of the public who wish to speak to identify themselves by name. Once the chair has a list of the chair will call on each one by name and afford them 4 minutes for comment. The applicant may be requested to respond by the chair or the administrator. After public comment, the chair will once again go down the list of commissioners and invite each one by name to provide any further comment, question, or motion. Please hold off until your name is called. Finally, each vote taken during this meeting will be conducted by roll call vote. That's all I have.
Okay.
Back to you, Nika.
Okay, thank you. So since we are at the right time, let's start the public hearing for 102 Haverhill Street. So I'm going to open the public hearing for 102 Haverhill Street. The public meeting is a request for determination of applicability filed by Pamela and Robert Pierre under the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, and or the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1, for the installation of a fence and their property located on the edge of lawn at the 25-foot zone of natural vegetation. All of the work is within the 100-foot buffer zone. The application and plans can be viewed at the Conservation Division webpage under 102 Haverhill Street. The property is map 29, lot 94, RGB file number RDA 2021-6. Chuck, is the applicant here?
Yes. Pam, can you hear us? And is there anyone else with you that needs to be unmuted?
No, it's just myself and Robert, and we're both here.
Great, thank you. And we can hear you.
Okay.
Great.
I'm just going to kick this off by saying Martha and I were able to do a site visit on Tuesday. We met Pamela and Robert at their house and walked the fence line. And so we were there. And at this point, I'm just going to ask Pamela and Robert to go ahead and talk about their project.
Yes, thank you. So this is Robert. So basically what you're seeing here is as Anika and Martha saw when they walked on Tuesday, we're looking to just enclose our property on both sides and along the back without impeding into the wetlands, obviously. So what you'll see, we follow the line there that's being followed. That will be the fence, making sure not to go into the wetlands. Then it's going over to the right-hand side, still leaving that easement that's there. We're still leaving that space over there to allow for access or whatever needs to be done over there. Then it comes back around the front, and then it'll kind of curve back. It's hard to see. Yep, right there, curve back to this natural stone wall that we have. And really, all we're trying to do is just we have 2 dogs. So we're on a busy street and we're just trying to kind of enclose the property. So, we're able to be outside with them. I do want to mention, I'll also mention real quick, there will be no gates to the actual wetlands. There'll be gates along the back of the house just to section off the different left side and the right side, but there will be no access out to the wetlands. We did want to make that clear. And then we also have a car gate, but on this, it looks like the gate is actually
Carl, I'm not sure if there's, yeah, I wasn't sure if that was you.
Yes, sorry, that was me.
That's okay. That's okay. Go ahead, Robert.
There we go. Yeah, so if you look at the plans in front of the driveway, it looks like the car gate is right in front of the street. There's actually I don't know, 8 to 10 feet of space where we'll be able to pull in without being on actually the street. So it's kind of that dark blob, yeah, right there. It looks as if that gate is going to be on the street. It's actually kind of pushed back as they saw on Tuesday, to where there is egress able to kind of turn in and get out, open the gate without being on the street or across the sidewalk.
Okay. At this point, I'm going to go through that roll call order and just go through the different members and see what comments or questions they have. So Martha, I'm just going to start with you.
When we walked the line, the only issue I saw with the fence is at the back left corner in this picture, south end of the property in the back. They have a few arborvitae that were recently planted there that are right about where they wanted the fence to be. And we discussed with the homeowner that they might move those arborvitae a foot forward in order to make the fence go along the fence line and not right through the trees.
That's in this area back here.
Nope, further south at the very corner. Yep, right there. Nope, not going forward, going across the back. Yes, that area. Remember a few meetings ago, we asked the builder to put in a couple more trees along the edge of the wetland, and they took us literally and put them right on the erosion control boundary. So, and that's where he wants the fence to go, or where they want the fence to go. So there was a discussion of possibly adjusting the location of those trees to allow room for the fence behind the trees. Other than that, we talked about making sure that the fence had openings for small wildlife to go through. And I think the back is going to be chain link, and the other parts are going to be vertical pickets with space between them. So that shouldn't be a problem. That's all I have.
Okay.
Martha, did you have any additional questions or comments for the applicant or no? Just checking.
No,
I thought you were.
So.
Okay. Thank you. Carl, I'm just going to check in with you and see if you have any, looking at this, if you have any questions or comments.
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay. Then I'm going to move to John. John, do you have any questions or comments?
I think Martha covered most of what I was going to ask, mostly about spacing of the fence. If I remember this project right, the house was built right up to the 30-foot line from the wetland, and then so this fence is going at, it looks like the 25-foot, which is in the no structure zone, if I understand right. But that's fence, I guess, isn't really a structure. Is this the kind of thing that we would normally consider acceptable within that 20 to 30-foot zone?
It is. The commission has a no structure zone, and they have a zone of natural vegetation. But as long as they provide that open gaps that's under the fence, which typically fences have, or chain link fences are, it's just part of how they're made. We allow the fence in these areas on existing lawn. So it's consistent.
All right. Then nothing else from me.
Okay, thank you, John. Going to move to you, Joe. Do you have any questions or comments?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And Brian?
Nope, I've
Any
just
questions?
additional. I mean, like everybody else, I was wondering about the wildlife, but that's been asked and answered a number of times, so I'm all set.
Okay. So I will, I think I have two questions. One of them is the gate. Is that going to be, it's not going to swing out it's not going to swing, is it? Is it going to just sort of roll in line with the fence? Maybe it's not a conservation issue. Maybe it's more a logistics issue.
We have it planning to swing inward, so it'll swing back towards the home as opposed to out kind of across the sidewalk or towards the street.
Okay. Just as a mention, that gate shouldn't be allowed to function as a lawnmower. You know what I mean? You know,
Yeah.
so, you know, however that gets worked out, that gate should not, you know, come in and prune vegetation that was part of the planting for the order of conditions.
Okay.
Just to mention that. And the other thing, I'm sort of just imagining, I mean, we're in a lovely summertime, but winter is, it'll show up someday. What do you think navigating this space with that fence is going to be like with snow? You know, would you thinking about snow cover, do you think this plan still works for you?
I mean, I imagine so. We imagine so. This will be our first winter up here. So you guys will, you know, maybe tell us you're crazy. But I think, I'm thinking so. The driveway is going to be the big part, right? Which is going to kind of be the most mass to kind of deal with. But in terms of the fence, I'm not sure where it would have any effect from a copious amount of snowfall. But please, you know, let me know.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's going to be a big issue. Just things that I've seen before, just to bring up is if there's a big amount of heavy wet snow, like if we get 1 to 2 feet of heavy wet snow and you get a plow coming in to clear your driveway, that can put a significant amount of weight up against a fence and, you know, bend it, bow out parts of it. And, you know, so it's just, I just thought I'd mention it.
Yeah, and that makes sense. That will probably, I guess, fall on me to make sure I go out there, shovel it, take care of it. So, you know, a plow, we don't have to use a plow to kind of, you know, do that in the sense of pushing into and making mounds of snow up against the fence. That'll just be something we will have to monitor.
Yeah, I just mention it as just sort of one of those things that comes up out of season. But other than that, I thought it was fine. And you know, I think moving those arborvitae, I agree with Martha that they should be relocated somewhere. So Chuck, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. I do. So I just was wondering if the chain link fence was the posts were going to be pounded post or cement, but I just want to say if it is cement, that make sure the cement is, you know, not washed out near the fence that's in the back of the house or anywhere near the wetland. Have that cement, you know, brought up front, and just make sure that, you know, that cement's not getting in the wetland area and then taken off site when you're finished. So I'm assuming that they're going to be posts cemented in the ground. Is that correct?
So we got a quote done. This was months ago before we realized kind of the commission aspect of it and kind of getting the approvals. So we didn't get to the point of figuring out exactly how they're going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Our preference, of course, is going to be anything that has the least effect to the wetlands. So if they're able to do a pounded post, I'm thinking that would be best. But if it does end up being the concrete, then we'll make sure we follow, as you mentioned, you know, every aspect to not have it affect the wetlands in as much as possible.
Sure. Either one is fine. I would probably think that they were going to do every other post or every third post they might cement in place, and that's fine. It's not don't do it. It's just understand not to have it spill into the wetland or mix it right there in the back.
Right.
The other thing that I wanted to mention is if you do get a snow blower or someone does plow, you need to get the snow anywhere but towards the wetland area. So just don't blow it off in that direction. And if you're going to do the shoveling and whatnot, then I don't think it matters with shoveling, but with a snow blower, you can launch the snow pretty far. That's all I had.
One question I did want to follow up on that we talked about on Tuesday was having the arborvitaes moved right now, with them being in for at least a month or so. I think there was a question about, will they survive? I think Martha, that was a question we had, right?
And I was thinking maybe Carl would have an opinion on that. And he might know better whether it's safe to move the trees after they've been in the ground for a month.
Yeah, it's not so much that they've been in the ground, it's more just the summer. It's not the best time for transplanting a tree. Although we have had a lot of water, which is helpful, but I would say it's a risk. And if you can wait even three weeks, a month would be better for your sake. But
okay,
it's not so much that they've been in the ground, it's more just the weather, the summer, the
And I
heat.
think most fence companies are actually probably 4 to 6 to 8 weeks out on getting appointments. So it probably wouldn't happen in the too near term anyway. We've got to get on the schedule. We were waiting to get the approval first to get anything set up.
Yeah, I would agree. They're probably at least a month or more. So yeah.
Okay, that's not a problem.
And there was one other thing we talked about when we were walking the line, and the homeowners pointed out to us that there are 2 trees in the wetland area that are already dead, and they wanted to know what they should do if they need to do something about those 2 dead trees. So I don't know if that's something that can be rolled into this permission, or whether that's something they should contact Chuck about later.
Well, what's your recommendation? You guys were both out there, Nika and Martha. If they are in fact dead, they can be removed. It's an opportunity to leave that 15-foot snag, if that can happen. But the top can be clipped for sure.
The trees I saw, they were clearly gone. There was no bark. There were no new limbs. There were no limbs. Some of them were just the weathered out trunk. They're not very tall, but if they did fall, they could strike something. So maybe they were like 20 to 30 feet tall. So at least one of them was that I'm thinking of. So that was something I mentioned during the site visit, was topping off the trees at 15 feet. And so I think, to me, I'm good with those 2 trees, but it's up to the applicant to decide whether they want to roll that into this RDA. I think it makes sense. I would recommend it. So I'll turn it over to the applicant, because it's their decision.
As we decided, I think that was a great option, just to top them off. If we don't have to remove them, we won't, but we'll just top them off. That way they're able to stay there and have minimal disruption, kind of pulling out the dead tree and all that. So I think that's the route we will take, if approved.
And
Yes.
Chuck, if you would just kind of go over like standard expectations for that type of process, because there isn't any room for vehicles to get in there. So I assume it would probably be, I don't know how they would do it, like a crane or.
Yeah, do your best. We're not gonna, if you're doing it yourself, we usually say 10 to 15 feet, but if it's like 8 feet, because that's what you can safely get to, we're not gonna police that situation. And what comes off it, I didn't check this out myself. You know, it could be left as long as it's in contact with the wetland. I don't know what you think. I didn't see it, so let me hear from Anika and Martha, or it could be pulled out. Both have been allowed with this policy.
If they
Mark?
roll that into this RDA, is there a time limit on when they could do that? Or could they wait a couple of years before they deal with those trees?
Yeah, so you have, so dead trees can come down at any time. It doesn't really have to be rolled into the RDA. It's just that what you're saving is a trip for me and the process for you to have it in as part of this RDA, as long as it's understood that it's a dead tree. You know, you get permission to take these down, but the RDA has a lifespan of 3 years.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess I'm just gonna confirm. Do you want to include, if you want to include this, it can get included into the RDA, or if you want to hold off and do it at another time, it's up to you.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and include it if that's okay.
Okay. Okay. Yep, that's not a problem. So, are there any other questions from commission members? Please unmute yourself. No, Chuck, do you have any last thoughts or questions?
I don't, but
Okay, I was
holding
going to
on.
ask for.
Mhm.
I was going to ask public if anybody attending, any public members attending, have any questions.
And just to let the public know, if they want to be called on, if they click on participants at the bottom of their screen, they should be able to find a raise hand function. If they're calling in on the phone, I believe it's *9 that allows you to raise your hand, and *6 allows you to mute and unmute. And if all else fails, you can go to the reactions, and there may be a raise hand there, or you can choose applause or thumbs up just to get our attention.
And I'm seeing none.
I don't see any. So at this point, I think it's appropriate to take a vote on this. I think this is, it's an allowed activity. There didn't seem to be any significant technical issues that came up. So I'll entertain a motion on this request for determination of applicability.
And if we're allowing them to do it, is that a negative determination?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I move that we make a negative determination for 102 Haverhill Street, map 29, lot 94, RGB file number RDA 2021-6.
Okay, the
Second.
motion has been made and seconded. We're now going to go through the roll call vote. Martha?
Martha
assume-
Moore, in favor of a negative determination.
Carl?
Carl Saccone in favor.
John?
John Sullivan in favor.
Joe?
Joe Kernahan in favor.
And Brian?
Brian Bowe in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. So just
Great,
to
that's, yep, you're
to
all
ex-
set. I'll just step in just to speed it up. So you're all set. I'll send that out on Monday. There's a 10-day appeal period with this, but there are no abutters here. So it's up to the applicant on RDAs, whether they want to honor that appeal period or not. But it's at your own risk. And so I'll send that out, and you can contract with your fencing company immediately because of that timing of the month or or whatever it is, month and a half that you have to do. So that's all there is to it. And when the project is over, let me know. We have a closeout letter, and you should request that so you can keep that with your paperwork.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks for coming.
Bye now. Thanks.
Have a good night. Okay. Chuck, should we move to the transmission line?
Yes, we should.
Okay, is this, so at this point, we are going to open the public meeting
I
for,
see a hand.
okay,
I unmuted.
hello, can you state your name and address just for the record, please?
Hello, sorry, this is Allison Millman from BSC Group. I was removed from the hearing, the Zoom hearing. I'm here on behalf of New England Power for the transmission line discussion.
Did you try
great.
to get back in? That happened to someone else who contacted me, and they just were able to.
I've been trying, I probably tried like 20 times during the last, let me try one more time. Let's see what happens.
I'm sorry you're having technical difficulties. Thanks for being persistent.
It says the host has removed me from the meeting, unable to rejoin. So I can continue if it's okay with the commission on the phone. We can have the discussion that way. I did have my plans ready to share, but I can't get on.
Sure, I can put the plans up. I think I was preparing those. Just a minute here.
Okay,
Thanks, Chuck.
well, more than happy to have you join by phone. Like I said, thanks for being patient and persistent, and we'll just proceed. And if we need to continue this, if it doesn't seem like we can get somewhere on this, we'll continue it to the next hearing, to the next meeting date. Okay, but let's give it a try because you're here. Okay, so we're going to open the public meeting for the request for determination of applicability filed by New England Power Group under the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Reading Wetland Protections Bylaw, Section 7.1, for maintenance activities, including structural repairs for at least 6 structures along the S145 T146 transmission line. All 6 structures are located within bordering vegetated wetlands.
Allison, a moment. Oh, sorry. I thought you were finished.
No, there's more. Contraction matting will be used for access to perform the repairs. All of the work is within the 100-foot buffer zone. The application and plans can be viewed at the Conservation Division page under the S145 T146 transmission line project. The property is map 47 and 54, lot 2, lot 1, lot 15, RGB file number RDA 2021-7. And I'll hand it over to you, Allison.
So Allison, I have on the screen page 15, which is a locus map of Cedar Swamp and the locations of the transmission repairs that you have.
Excellent. Thank you, Chuck. Good evening, members of the Reading Conservation Commission. Thank you for hearing this project tonight. As I stated, my name is Allison Millman. I'm with BSC Group out of Worcester, and I'm here on behalf of New England Power Company. New England Power Company is proposing some maintenance activities on their existing right-of-way that's located off of the nearest road crossing is Haverhill Street in North Reading. It's the S145 T146 transmission line. It houses multiple power lines that run through existing right-of-way and located in wetland. What they're proposing is to replace the overhead conductors, the actual wires. In order to do that, they'll need to place those temporary construction matting down on top of the wetland to complete the repairs. There are no soil disturbing activities, so there'll be no digging or concrete work or anything of that nature. It's all work on top of the existing structures that they're planning. The work is considered exempt maintenance under the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act and the regulations. However, the town of Reading bylaw does not recognize this exemption and only recognizes maintenance for structures within the buffer zone. So that's why I'm here before you tonight with the request for determination of applicability for New England Power to be able to access their existing facilities to complete these maintenance activities within BVW.
So Alice, I'm showing the construction matting right now on page 33.
Okay, thank you. So the temporary construction matting are those the timber mats that you may have seen used in the past. I know Chuck's been out with me on the right of way and I've seen them used and placed. They'll be placing those for access. They'll create like a 16-foot wide road with those for the equipment to drive on. Then they'll be placing a pad, you know, like square area, work area around each of those 6 structures. And they'll stage all equipment on those mats, and there'll be no equipment access into the wetland, or as I mentioned, no earth disturbance associated with the work in the wetland itself. And once they're done with the overhead work activities and the maintenance activities, all the equipment will get removed from the wetland and the right of way, and all those mats will be pulled out. Typically, you know, the matting is pulled out and the existing vegetation, the root balls and the woody vegetation is still intact underneath. And so at that point, we just go out and monitor the all natural restoration that occurs there, because you know, once the mats are removed, the wetland vegetation typically just grows back on its own. But we're out there and we monitor that and document that.
Can I interrupt for a minute? I'm not seeing
Absolutely.
the images on the screen. It looks to me like all I'm seeing is Chuck's email page and not the actual images. Is that
Even
true?
still?
Oh, that's much better.
Okay. Sorry, I'll go and go back to the transmission line, page 15, and we'll start just looking at that. Thank you, Martha. So just so we know what was going on. So do you see the locus map,
Yes.
Martha? Okay. So those show the 6 locations and the structures of the 6 locations. And as you can see, they're almost in, I think that's the North Reading and what's this, Wakefield?
Linfield.
Linfield, okay.
Yep.
The Linfield line. They're pretty far out, and we did do a site walk, and I saw that the matting was in place, and there's plenty of room, and there's no opportunity for machinery to, you know, if it's in the center of the track, to kind of wander off the sides. It seemed to me that I asked the same question about the matting and does the vegetation come back, and it certainly does. So I'm going to switch to the construction matting on page 33 right now, just so everyone sees that matting. And you just let me know if that comes up, Martha, because I'm a little paranoid that it's not showing. Do you see the construction?
Yeah.
Thank you. So that's the construction matting. And you know, it's a good bit out there. It's I don't know exactly how long it is, but I think we walked out there, took 2.5 hours to get to the end, have our talk, and then come back. Of course, we were spending a lot of time checking things out.
Okay. So at this point, I'm gonna ask Martha, looking at what you've seen, and do you have any questions or comments?
I'm wondering if I interrupted the presentation and whether she had more she wanted to say before that.
I didn't have too much more, and I'm open to moving forward towards questions if that's the way the commission wants to proceed.
I know when we were looking at the previous project related to the transmission lines, there was some concern about if there happened to be any spills of fuel oil or anything like that from the vehicles, what kind of protection would the wetland have for that?
So most of this work is pretty temporary in nature because it is just them, doing the overhead work. So there won't be too much equipment staged overnight. But if they do stage equipment overnight, we ask them to use some kind of secondary containment. Typically, it's like a plastic kiddie pool or some kind of plastic sheeting that has, like they'll place it on top of straw bales, so it creates almost like a pool, an impermeable pool under the equipment. National Grid requires all their contractors to have spill kits with them at all times. It's something that, as an environmental inspector for National Grid, New England Power, we go out and we have to check that off. We have to, make sure that they are on site and they have their spill kits with them when they're working. And lastly, any kind of vehicle maintenance, equipment maintenance, or refueling, they need to move all mobile equipment out of the wetland to complete those activities, and they're not allowed to do maintenance unless it's a completely an emergency, whereas the equipment has broken down to the point where they can't move it out of the wetland, and then we would use those same precautionary measures with the secondary containment.
Okay, I can't think of any other questions that I had at the moment.
I have a picture of the mats that are around one of the structures that we took from our site visit. I'll put that on the screen now. Just let me know if you see that.
Okay. While we're waiting for that, Carl, do you have any questions?
I'm kind of keep pondering.
That's okay.
Like,
And actually, I'm wondering if Martha, I cut you off. Did you have other questions?
But I don't see Chuck's screen yet. It just says he started screen sharing, but nothing has popped up yet.
Yeah. I'll ask you, John, if any questions are popping up for you.
So is this matting being laid down for the entire length from the road to the work site, or is it just being placed in spots where we think that there's a chance of rutting or some sort of erosion going on?
So the matting will be placed wherever it's required by the regulations, first and foremost. So we went out and delineated the wetlands. So the equipment can't enter, full-size equipment can't enter a wetland without placing mats down first. So all wetland areas will be matted. The only option for them not to ever use matting would be if they had some piece of equipment that could be considered low ground pressure, and that would need to meet the regulatory requirement of less than 3 PSI. But due to the overhead work, they're going to need the bucket trucks. I don't anticipate they would use that equipment. So I think we should anticipate that the matting will be within all the wetland areas. And then sometimes they'll use it at, upland buffers if it does start getting soft to reduce rutting and any kind of soil disturbance that might occur from the equipment traveling back and forth.
Okay. And then there's also, am I seeing there's going to be some erosion control placed around the work site, the work areas?
Yeah, where it's feasible. Now this stretch of project in Reading, there's no soil disturbance proposed. So I don't think that it would be absolutely necessary. But if where they're accessing along upland areas, approaching wetland areas, if we start to see soft soils, yes, we will recommend that they place down straw wattles or compost mulch tubes to protect the wetland resources that are adjacent.
Okay. I think that's all I've got for now.
Okay, John, thanks. Joe.
No questions from me. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Brian?
Nope, none for me either.
Okay. And just as I'm going to go through the roll call for questions, but if any commission members, if you do have any additional questions, if anything else pops up, raise your hand or unmute and just speak up. Okay. So I had a question. So it sounded like, Allison, that there wasn't going to be disturbance. I'm looking through the submittal we received. There are some think the specs attached are a bunch of BMPs that perhaps you just may find in a number of situations, maybe not all of these BMPs are going to be used in this work, because I'm seeing things like in one place I thought I saw an actual constructed sort of gravel road, but maybe I didn't see that.
No, that's correct. Yep. So this
So
is
I
just
guess
the suite of the typical best management practices that it's the National Grid's BMP document, just to kind of provide a picture of what kind of BMPs might be implemented on a project site. So you're correct, it's not specific to the work only in Reading.
So for this particular project, which BMPs do you anticipate?
Well, definitely we will be using the CM-3 construction mat.
Okay.
And then afterwards, I would anticipate there probably will be some blowing of straw mulch if necessary, to stabilize areas from where the vehicles have been traveling in the uplands and the buffer zones.
Okay.
And beyond that, everything else will be implemented as needed, based on the environmental inspector's recommendations on when they visit the site.
Okay. Another question I had was, and forgive me if it's in the letter, can you give me just a sense of the duration of work? How long it's going to be?
Yep, they want to start the work this November, and it'll continue through the winter into next spring.
Okay.
Now that's for the entire project. So this is a long transmission line that spans many towns. So I will, if requested, I can provide updates to Chuck, the administrator, or the commission, if you would like more detailed timeframes of when exactly they will be working in Reading. But for the project as a whole, that's the time, that's the schedule.
I would like Chuck to get an update, just, you know, a heads up when the work is going to begin, and just keep him in the loop for the time periods that you're in Reading. Just a courtesy
Absolutely.
notification. That's what I'm thinking, and I'm going to pass it over to Chuck and see if you had a different preference, Chuck.
Oh no, I hope I'm back. When I tried to get that picture on it, my screen froze. But I did put up the BMPs. Was that?
I see them.
People saw those. Okay. So BMPs, the erosion control was put up, the dewatering was put up. I showed a picture of the construction mats, and I'm not going to try to show pictures that I took on site, but I think that I don't have any questions. I have, you know, a good, you know, understanding of this project, and I think that we've been through here before. There's always been activity on this line. They keep it in good shape. So I think with that site visit, it's good. And if you could just let me know when they're going to be in the Reading area, that would be very helpful, Allison.
Understood. Maybe we could add that to the request for a determination of applicability, the negative determination.
Yep.
We can write it in there. That would be helpful. Thank you.
I will.
I just had a question about that.
Go ahead.
I get the impression that the construction matting is in position now because Chuck went out and took a picture of it. Is it going to stay there from now all the way through November, December, or is it going to be taken up and then put back down when needed?
They're in the process of removing those mats right now. We had an inspector out there today. It was for on the same right of way, but it was for a different line on that same right of way. So they were doing exploratory soil borings on the 339 line, which runs on the northern side of that right of way. And they had basically matted in very similar to what we're going to be doing for these other 2 lines for the maintenance work. But yeah, those mats are coming out now if they're not always already completely out by the end of today. And they'll come in and put new mats down when they're ready to start the work on the other lines.
Good, thank you. That was my only concern. Thanks.
Okay, at this point, I'm gonna ask if there are any questions from the public.
Joe Connery has his hand up.
Okay.
I unmuted him.
Jeffrey. Thank you. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tom Connery. I'm a resident of Reading. I reside at 101 Beaver Road. I am a Board of Director member for the Reading Open Land Trust, and I am participating because we have been noticed of this activity along Haverhill Street where the trust has control of the Goodale Marsh. So I am joined here by other board members. We coincidentally are having a board meeting this evening. I am representing the board. We don't have any specific questions other than to Chuck Tyrone, who is familiar with our parcels and wanting to know that he has at least considered within the request any potential impacts to the Goodale Marsh.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So we considered impacts to, the transmission line, and this is a localized project that probably wouldn't go beyond the matting. So are there any specific concerns that you think that would kind of migrate over to the marsh? And I'm trying to get a picture of where it is at right now.
No specific concerns. In fact, quite frankly, I'm impressed with the diligence that the utility has gone to in terms of defining this and its proper management while it's underway. I simply shared the concern personally that Martha Moore had expressed in asking about the mats and how long that they would be down, to the extent that they were down for a long period of time and extinguished any growth or root systems that were there and created runoff or conditions that could be detrimental to the marsh. The question was adequately answered.
Okay. Are there other questions other members have, other members of the public? Thank you for joining in.
You're welcome.
My one question is, I don't really know where Goodale Marsh is compared to Cedar Swamp, which is what the transmission line is running through. Is it nearby? Is it part of that same Cedar Swamp area?
Chuck, are you able to pull up a map that is illustrative?
Did that map, well,
Chuck, we see a town GIS map, and I'm working on my computer to see if I could find Goodale Marsh. Did you say swamp? I'm trying to find it online as well.
It's the Goodale Marsh.
Can you describe, do you see it in this area? I don't know if, I know that's a challenge to describe where it is without being able to point to it, but what's the distance roughly from these transmission lines and the marsh? Do you happen to know?
Me? No,
sorry,
I don't.
I got
I don't either.
pushed out of the meeting. I can't show a map. It just kicked me out of the meeting when I tried.
Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with the Reading Open Land Trust. that particular parcel.
That's okay. I think
Nika.
that my questions have been adequately answered. The transmission lines are abutting the area, but not directly impacting.
Thanks. That was my question.
Okay. Joe, I see your hand raised.
Yes, just to answer Martha's question, because I too was trying to figure out the right spelling of Goodale so that I could find it on my computer. And I see that it is on Haverhill Street, just south of the intersection with Franklin Street.
Correct.
Thank you, Jeff.
Which does mean it's pretty much the opposite side of Cedar Swamp from the work we're discussing here. So
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the public? And Allison, do you have any other questions for us?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Therefore, at this point, I'll entertain a vote.
do you mean you entertain a motion?
Yes, I'll entertain a motion. Thanks for reading my mind.
All right, I'm trying to get back to my agenda. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. So this is RDA 2021-7.
And again, to give permission, we want to issue a negative determination. Is that correct? So I move that we make a negative determination for the S145 T146 transmission line, map 47 and 54, lots 2, 1, and 15, RGB file number RDA 2021-7.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second. Sorry,
Okay,
Joe.
we have a second. Let's do a vote. Martha?
Martha Moore in favor.
Carl?
Carl Ciccone in favor.
John?
John Sullivan in favor.
Joe?
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Brian?
Brian Bowe in favor.
And Anika Scanlon, chair, in favor. So motion passes. Allison, there's your
Thank you very
negative
much.
determination.
Thank you very much. I apologize for the technical issues, but thanks for working with me.
I do too.
Oh, no,
I do
that's,
too. For
yeah,
sticking with it.
same from here. All right, Alice, I'll send that out on Monday.
Thank you so much, Chuck. Thanks all. Have a good night.
Yep, thank you.
You too.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Okay, let's move on to 62 Martin Road. So we are going to continue the public hearing for 62 Martin Road, which is a notice of intent filed by Walter and Gina Buckley. This public hearing is reopened under Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1. The applicant proposes to construct an in-ground pool and patio within 100 feet of the bordering vegetated wetland. The application and plans can be viewed on the Conservation Division page under Current Projects, Assessor's Map 36, Lot 116, DEP file number 270-0745.
Hi, Jack. Is Mr. Buckley here?
He's on vacation this week, so
Okay.
no.
Okay, so Martha, you and me did a site walk as Brian was out there also. Do you want to chime in on what you saw and what we should discuss?
Okay. It was useful to walk the property and figure out where that retaining wall is. And we were able to find the blue ribbons marking the 3 wetland boundaries. Chuck, are you going to pull the plot plan up at all?
I sure will. Did that show up?
Now it did, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we see that the pool is being built away from the wetland beyond the 35-foot buffer zone. We did notice that there is a small tree or shrub, lilac maybe, growing between the walkway and the proposed pool. And it's not shown on this plot plan. And so we had a question about what the future of that, that lilac, possibly lilac bush is. We also noticed that there's a drain pipe coming out just below the retaining wall. Yeah, right about there. And I'm wondering where the water comes from that comes out of that drain pipe. And we also noticed that there were a couple of more trees near the 20-inch, 12-inch, and 10-inch trees that are shown on here that looked like they might have been just about 6-inch trees, maybe not quite. And we were wondering if that's why they weren't shown on this plan, is because you thought they were smaller than you needed to mark. We also had questions about the grade of the land. There is a certain amount of sloping down toward the area where this pool is going to be placed. And I noticed that the ground below the retaining wall has, yeah, right in there, has Pachysandra and some other plants growing there that are certainly not native vegetation. So I had questions about that, since that's supposed to be in the 25-foot zone of natural vegetation. Brian, did you notice anything else that I missed?
Yeah, another topic we talked about there was if you're on the side street, so a net lane, the land slopes away from that street, and we're wondering what was going to happen with the boundary between this property and the one next door. It's a pretty steep slope coming down from the property next door, and we were wondering whether there's going to be any fill or anything along that property boundary, kind of to the left of where that proposed shed would be. Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Sullivan.
Yep, I can try to answer some of those questions. We're not proposing any fill where the proposed shed's going. The site next door is higher in elevation. And you can see I have a proposed 88 contour, and the pool's going to be set at elevation 88.5. So the patio will drain. And then I did 1-foot contours. You can see there's an 89 contour, then 90 as you move towards the net lane. So originally we thought we might need a retaining wall of some sort along there, but it looks like it can be graded out and we can still get the drainage to flow where it should flow away from the pool, and it doesn't go towards the abutting site since they're a higher elevation. Some of Martha's questions, the lilac bush, I don't know why I didn't show that, but if it's something, you know, from the last meeting, you know, the owner, he wasn't adverse to new plantings on site. We could make it a condition that they try to relocate the lilac, and if it doesn't survive, some new lilacs could be planted. And as far as Martha's questions on the trees, yeah, those trees that were around 6 inches caliper, usually I only locate anything 6 inches or larger. Maybe I thought they were under that size, or maybe I missed them. I'm not sure. But in any case, they're probably in that cluster area over by the 10 and 12-inch tree, and they wouldn't be touched. I don't know what the drain is coming through the retaining wall.
I don't know. I don't know where that would originate from. I have no information on that. And Martha said something about some non-native species being planted between the wall and the wetland line. I don't know much about that either. If it's something the commission thought that should be removed, they can be removed. If they're not native, there could be a condition that the owner have them removed, would be fine with that. But if we did remove them, we'd have to put something back in that area that was native. So we, it stabilizes the area and it's within the 25-foot no disturb. And from the last meeting, there was a question if some additional plantings could be put in. And I'm not sure the members who did walk the site, if they felt there was the ability to do that on this site within the 25-foot zone. And I'll turn it back to the commission.
Martha and Brian, do you want to comment? Did you see opportunity in that 25-foot for some additional plantings? I mean, I think it seemed like it based on the photos, but you were there.
Yeah, I'll go first, Martha, if you don't mind. But so from my perspective, while this is showing some of the larger trees, there's actually a fair number of smaller trees. So what looks like empty space here actually isn't empty. In fact, we were wondering about the trees and overhanging the pool and leaves falling into the pool. Would that become a nuisance and therefore have a request for tree removal, not too far down the road? But personally, I did not see a whole lot of places where it makes sense to have significant plantings.
Martha?
Yeah. I think that a lot of the area inside the 25-foot zone is actually maintained as lawn right now. And there's a pile of what looks like firewood and a sandbox and a rhododendron shrub. So a lot of the area around the place where it says existing retaining wall with 2 steps in that area is inside the 25-foot zone, but is currently lawn. So that would be one option, is to pull the edge of the lawn back closer to the 35-foot line or the 25-foot line, and maybe the 25-foot line, fill that with more native plants of some sort. Or also down in the area beyond the retaining wall, it seems to be sort of a trail back there. But it also has that ground cover right about where Chuck's marking now. That's a non-native ground cover. And then about the place where the wetland line starts, we get native plants, but that would be another place that could enhance the wetland by having some better native plants in that area. Those are the things that I'm thinking about. I'm looking at the pictures I took on my phone to make that suggestion. Even possibly that sandbox might be inside the 25-foot zone. And right now it looks like they're storing a lot of pieces of what might have been an above ground pool, right, near the 20-inch tree. And I'm assuming those will be taken away when they do this project.
Okay. Brian, did you have, it sounded like you were chiming in and agreeing with the storage of.
Yeah. Right, I was agreeing. We really couldn't tell what the purpose of that pebbled walk was. It was just basically an arch that went from one side of the retaining wall through some shrubbery and what have you, came out the other side. I don't think that there'd be objection to having some plantings back there, but I guess we would have to talk to the owner before we just decided to change whatever the intention was of that walk in the first place.
Okay. If that's set, what I'm going to do is I'm going to Carl.
I think you broke up, Anika. I can't hear you.
Nor can I, I'm afraid.
Okay, gonna ask Carl to take a turn and chime in.
Carl, you're muted.
Oh, hi. Did we mention the construction access? We talked about that?
At the first meeting, they're going to utilize the existing driveway. That's the access point.
Okay. And all the debris will just be moved off site and trucked off site, so.
Correct.
Okay. I think that was just my question.
Okay, thank you. Sean?
I don't think I have anything else.
Okay. Joe?
So unfortunately, I wasn't able to join on the site visit, but I'm now, I'm curious about the bit about the pipe coming out underneath the retaining wall, and I'm curious if anyone here has any idea what that is about or for or from.
This is Jack Sullivan. I didn't even see it when I did the survey work. I have no idea. I don't know if it's one of the roof drains that is tied out in outlets out there or what it could be. I don't have any knowledge of it.
Yeah.
Or a sump?
I did send a photograph of the retaining wall area with the pipe outlet to Chuck. I don't know if he is able to get that up so people can see it.
So I tried to put up some photos before and I got kicked out of the meeting, so I'm not going to try that again. I'm on a different computer than I have been for the last year, and so I'm being surprised a little bit. But Martha, you could try that yourself, or I would say that it's likely that the pipe is uncovered during the excavation of the pool, and I think if it's just a pipe that's discharging water from a roof drain, we would just put a requirement on it that there's some sort of splash pad or riprap at the base so it doesn't cause any erosion or something like that. I'm not sure what else it could be. It didn't look dirty or messy around it. It was vegetated. So, I would suspect that just someone was trying to deliver water maybe from the existing patio area directly into the wetland with that. And as long as it's clean, it's not, it's not the worst thing that can happen.
I understand from the discussion last time that the, indeed, a big part of this project is the roof drainage being directed to the front side of the house. So if this is coming from the roof, presumably that would have to get cut off as part of doing that. Okay. I don't think I have any other questions. I don't think so.
Jack, are you picking up all of the roof or just the front half of the roof?
Just the one, the area that's shaded in blue.
Yeah.
So
The
not
garage.
not the garage.
Not the garage.
So,
Okay.
yeah, it's the main house minus the garage. So
Got it.
to your point, if the roof drains, if there's one tied out there, we're probably gonna that would end up disconnected because then we'll hard pipe everything around to the dry well out front.
Yep.
Thank you.
The only other possibility I can imagine is it's possible it's a sump pump for the basement.
Yep.
Martha, do you know, was it like a 2-inch diameter pipe or was it like a 4 or 6-inch diameter pipe?
I would say 4. certainly bigger than 2. It was
Okay.
white.
Okay, so that would tend to make me think it's a roof drain, because if it was a sump discharge, it might be a 2-inch pipe. Because the sump pumps are usually set up with a discharge of a 2-inch pipe size. So odds are it's a roof drain.
Okay. Yeah, I could try to share a photo, but I can't get to it while Chuck is screen sharing. So, but I don't know if I'll have much luck either. So, all right, let's see.
But the flow you saw coming out of it, was it a trickle? Was it just kind of weeping?
Nothing was coming out right now.
Okay, and did you see erosion around it at the outfall? You know, where it daylighted, what were the conditions under it?
It was 3/4 buried.
Oh, okay.
I can share my screen now. Did that work? So this right here is the white pipe. It's got some rocks around it, but this is the end of the pipe right there, and it's aiming that direction. So
Oh,
certainly
okay.
hasn't produced a lot of water eroding away the soil around it. But the pipe probably comes underground like this, and that's the opening of it right there. Is that clear?
I wonder from that angle, I wonder if it actually drains the driveway. But anyway, it's not
Possible.
something we're gonna answer here tonight, but it's something
Picture
to be
also
aware of.
shows you this area here is the Pachysandra. And here, when you come down the steps, the trail goes off that direction. And right about here is the edge of the wetland. You can see all this jewel weed here. And the wetland boundary marking is above this spot right here. So all of this is right up against the boundary of the wetland. That
Gotcha.
growth is really the edge of the wetland. So, and up above the retaining wall is all lawn and hostas and things like that. Okay.
I'm gonna move back to Joe. Joe, you had originally had the question about the pipe. Are there other questions you have?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And Brian, I know you chimed in earlier. Is there anything else you wanted to add or had a question about?
No, I don't have anything additional.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I definitely see possibility here in adding some vegetation at a minimum. You know, to 10 feet of, I'd like to see, especially if a fence is getting put up around this pool, I'd love to see a lot of more native vegetation in the 25 foot. You know, the current plan doesn't include a planting plan. So it's something to consider, and
We're
see
open
what
to
you
that, and Anika, I think the owner expressed he's willing to plant, and I could put together a planting plan of that area. I know from the last meeting, he already had his pool company set to go, so he was kind of hoping to close this out at this hearing. And it's something, if you wanted to put in a condition that there be a planting plan put together prior to like a pre-construction meeting that could be reviewed, we could do that.
Okay.
I just don't want him to lose too much more time in the summer here, but whatever you decide is fine.
right. Chuck, do you have some comments?
Oh, I had a question, kind of a cleanup question, but about whether to just accept the planting plan prior to signing off on the issuance of the building permit, if that would be okay. Do you think there's enough time between now and then to come up with a plan, Jack?
I do.
Our next meeting is the 28th. The commission would want to review it. Is that, you know,
I could have a planting plan for the next meeting, because even if you guys close, you issue, there's the appeal period. Or are you thinking come the 28th and we'd look at the planting plan you'd issue on the 28th?
yeah, it makes it difficult without the applicant here, but it sounds like that you could come up with a plan for that 25-foot area. You've done that before, and the commission could review it. You know, we're going to need an occupancy. I think it's doable, Anika, if you want to, and there's enough time, but you know, you have to understand that, you know, you're saying yes to a permit without knowing exactly,
Right.
you know, what you're getting for a planting plan.
Right.
I don't think there's much, but this permit doesn't, like, it's not hinged on this planting. Brian said that there's a lot of trees out there in the first place. They're not really cutting anything down. There's no request to do anything like that. And the applicant did ask to maintain that path that's beyond the retaining wall at the first meeting. And none of the commissioners made a comment about that, but we did want to go out and see the site for ourselves. So that's.
Yeah, you brought up some great points, Jack. We do need, way too often, it's too easy to run into a situation where a decision gets made later, and sometimes that ties up everything.
Mhm.
And it becomes aggravation for, you know, the applicant who wants to wrap everything up, and conservation who wants the final execution completed. So I think it makes sense to get us some sort of planting plan. You know, whatever parts if the herbaceous layer isn't well developed, let's see more of that. You know, what part of the vegetation, you know, it sounds like you can check a box regarding some trees, right? You already have those. But see what, kind of get a vision of filling in that area with different types of a variety of vegetation to make it more native and natural.
Okay. I can do that. I can bring it to the next meeting, and then we can take a look at that and then wrap it up. I guess it's only 2 weeks away. I'll just tell the owner that we need to get a planting plan in. I'll look at the area Martha talked about too, between the wall and the wetland line, you know, remove non-natives and include that in the planting plan. And I'll show a dewatering area on the site plan, because that was asked at the first meeting, and you also wanted, in addition to the mulch sock, silt fencing with the sock. So I'll include that. So I'll just do one updated plan with a number of the items we talked about, including the plantings.
Yeah, and it doesn't, you know, it doesn't have to be elaborate, but it just has to get the job done. That's
Okay, I can do
you know
that.
what I mean?
Yep.
So at this point, I'm going to ask any other questions from commission members.
I have a
Or-
question.
Go ahead,
If-
Chuck.
if- After the members. Yeah, Jack, you mentioned that the contour, the ADA contour, and there was some questions about where does that end in between the property line, and you're just going to tow it back into the slope at that area. You're not going to do any work on 10 Annette Lane, which is the
No.
other property. All right, so you're just going to have kind of like a slope down to that point, kind of creating a swale.
That's exactly right.
So I think that although this we did look at it and we kind of thought that maybe you were filling it in and kind of encroaching on the property line. We didn't know if you had that conversation and saw that that could work also. If there was a conversation about that and you didn't have to make such a dramatic drop off to kind of create a swale in between the two properties. Because it seems like it would still drain whatever came down the down through the yard into the wetlands. Just this one spot is very low, right in that corner.
Yeah. We had actually talked about building a retaining wall along the lot line. And then I told, with the cost of the pool and patio, I said, we can just grade this out and create like a swale effect, and we're not pushing water on anyone, and it moves it away from the pool and the neighbor. So I can define that a little bit better on the new plan too.
And Chuck, if you're all set, I was going to open it up to questions from the public.
I am.
Okay, are there any questions from the public? If you could raise your hand, shout and wave. Looking. I don't see anything. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. At this point, I'll check. Is there a last thing you wanted to say?
Yeah, I think that you should ask the commission whether they want to close and accept the planting plan prior to the issuing of the building permit, and just to reassure that that is in place, prior to occupancy, or our certificate of compliance, one of those two. And secondly, you could just ask for a continuance. I didn't know what people thought about that. It is, looking at the site and understanding that, I've been out there, I would say where the Pachysandras are, since they were mentioned, that little area, so it's to the right of the bottom of the stairs, could be vegetated. I believe that the owner wants to maintain the rest of that path. It may be pre-existing. He might have just cleaned it up recently. I'm not sure what that is, but he did have that desire. And there's an opportunity above the retaining wall to put in, other things. But it's not going to be, fully vegetated area like we're looking for in other places. So I thought that's the only thing I would mention.
Okay. So any comments from commission members on what Chuck is putting before us about acquiring the planting plan prior to the certificate of occupancy? Which for me, I'm hesitant to do that, but I'm not opposed to do that. Any comments from commission members about that?
I'll qualify my comments by, pointing out that I'm new here. But one thing I did note from something that Chuck said that I don't think anybody highlighted was sort of pointing the question of is what if we're approving something now and then expecting to get the planting plan later, is what we're approving now already an improvement, or at least not, getting any worse? Is the planting plan necessary in order to sort of keep from saying we made things worse? My impression from the discussion was that the planting plan would be strictly an improvement. I support asking for it, but also understand whether the right trade-off could be to approve it and ask for the planting plan to before the certificate of occupancy.
Yeah, I guess I'll second Joe. I think I feel the same way. We will get a good relationship with the outfit, so I think that they'll get the plan we needed, and we can kind of move forward. Oh,
Okay,
Right.
any other comments or questions?
I guess I'm just thinking if the homeowner needs the approval to make the appointment for the builders to come in and start actually putting the pool in, it makes sense to move forward with that. I'm guessing there may be a wait for an appointment, or Jack, do you know, do they have a proposed timeline for getting this actual started?
Yeah, believe it or not, their pool contract is set to go. So we thought tonight the order would be issued, and he's already kind of told his pool guy that. So that, you know, he had him lined up even at the last meeting. He just keeps moving them out. And so that's why we're hoping to get the order. You know, there's still the appeal period. And I could have a planting plan in quickly, even, you know, well before you get to an occupancy permit stage. And I think you guys could tell from the last hearing, the owner was more than acceptable to plantings.
Jack, are you authorized to speak for the owner in this case, where if you say you accept planting in that area and you'll develop a plan and it'll go in, that's what the applicant, we won't get any pushback? And I think that needs to be understood.
Yeah, I don't think 100% I can say I can speak for him. I'm just from the last meeting, he did say he was open to any types of plantings the commission wanted to see. He did state that at the last hearing. If it was a condition, if it's a condition that we put together a planting plan, I can speak that we're acceptable to that, and then I can work out with him the plants and locations. But you've seen the other plans I've done. It would be something similar to what I've done in the past.
And I'm looking at the fence goes kind of right along the 25-foot boundary. So I think that the use of the yard behind the pool fence will certainly be different than inside the pool fence. So that does make sense to put in some native vegetation, shrubs or dogwood tree or something like that behind there. I'd be comfortable with approving this tonight, given that the owner is ready to start building, and have Jack come back with the planting plan in 2 weeks.
Okay, I am too. If there aren't any vocal objections, besides my dog growling here, then I'll entertain a motion on this notice of intent.
So we're going to have a motion to close and then a motion to
close.
issue. And in between, after closing, there's going to be discussion. And at that point, I'd like to have some conditions, and those conditions should include the, us having some assurities that the planting will take place, such as a date for the plan. And then just a note that we won't be issuing, Jack, is there an occupancy on a pool?
Yes.
We won't be issuing we won't be signing off on the occupancy, prior to the acceptance of the planting plan, which may take a meeting or two to develop. It shouldn't, but it could. So just as that known, that's all I wanted to add.
Yep, I agree. So I will accept a motion to close for DP notice of intent file number 270-0745. Hold on. And before somebody does jump in to vote, Chuck, did I open it up to the public for this? Yeah.
No, you did not.
We should. Then I'll rescind.
I don't
what
think
I
you
just
did
said.
anyways.
And just check in and see if there's any members of the public who have any comments or questions. Please raise your hand. Okay, I don't see any. Okay,
So I'll move to close the hearing on 62 Martin Road, Assessors Map 36, Lot 116, DEP file number 270-0745.
okay, do I have a second on that motion? Okay,
Okay,
thank
second.
you. All right, Martha,
Carl?
Martha.
Martha votes in favor.
Carl,
Carl Scone in favor.
John,
John Sullivan in favor.
Joe,
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Brian,
Brian Bowe in favor.
and Anika Scanlon in favor. Okay, the public hearing is closed. Chuck, as you were mentioning, we need to sort of hash out a couple additional points. One of them was the date for the planting plan.
Sure, and
Um,
just so everyone knows, new members and all, when the meeting's closed, it means we're not going to take on any more testimony from the applicant or abutters. This is a discussion amongst ourselves to just ensure that the conditions that we want for the permit is in place, or anything else that may come up. So I made my suggestions. Does anyone have any?
Any thoughts? Well, I'm gonna jump in on this one first. The Chuck, you had thrown out the idea that the date for receiving the plan was before they requested occupancy.
So
Or
the
can you
plan.
clarify?
So I suggest that we receive the plan as soon as possible, or at least prior to me signing off on the building permit. And we review that plan at the meeting on the 28th. And if it's approved, then the planting must be in prior to signing off on the occupancy, unless we've missed the season. But that can also be extended to the next year. If we've missed the season, then there's no swimming. So that could be occupancy or certificate of compliance. Occupancy would obviously come first. Certificate of compliance generally is, and I consider it a 3-year window. So we would be shortening that up by a lot.
Okay. A thought I had was, especially considering that this is the applicant's ready to jump on this. What's the drawback to putting the planting plan, 1 month after the issuance of the notice of intent of the order of conditions? Is there
the plan or the execution of the plan?
The plan, getting the plan 1 month after the order of conditions is issued?
Well, that's fine, but Jack's already said that he can get it probably within the next week or two. So I didn't think that was needed. So, but yeah, 1 month is more than enough time, sounds like.
Okay, I'll open it up to other commission members. Martha, do you have any comments on that thought?
I would say maybe no more than 1 month after. If you could get it to us sooner, that would be great.
Yeah, well, it probably shouldn't be anywhere past the 28th, the next meeting. I mean, that we don't have to go beyond the next meeting, because if we didn't close, that's when it would happen anyways. So let's say by the 28th, so we can review it on that meeting.
Would the plants be put in this fall, probably, like late August, early September, or sometime like that?
I mean, we can put, I was going to say we could put in a deadline. However, if something happens, it doesn't, then they're in violation of their order of conditions. So we could write into the order of conditions some sort of term that says it needs to, Carl, you could probably draft something if it isn't already in an order of conditions that says plantings will be put in during the during the planting season.
Yeah, I think there's plenty of, I think that they could probably come in this season. It seems like the pool would, Carl, you can jump in. I didn't want to take your.
I think there's more than enough time to get this done before November. I think the pool will take a month, and if they get going 2 weeks, they'll be ready to go for planting in September or October. So maybe we could just simply say 2021, I don't see how that wouldn't work.
Okay.
And we're not talking, we haven't seen a plan yet, but I don't imagine it being too large of a planting, so.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking of putting in some deadlines that are like things done by this date, and things done by this date, and things done, especially because we know it's probably, we have high confidence it's going to happen, as much to point out to the applicant, this is really season end for this.
Why don't we
Or-
have a, so if we're asking for a condition in the order of conditions, we would not issue the certificate of compliance unless this had happened. So we could just have a condition that says, unless the planting is in and survives, whatever, something like that. We have a survivability clause that we can throw in there. But unless the planting is in, we wouldn't issue the certificate of compliance, just so they know that that is kind of one of the linchpins to getting the certificate of compliance. And it kind of goes without saying anyways, but we could actually add that in as a condition.
Let's jump in for a quick second and question. So based on another site visit we did the other day, is it worth putting language in there, not just that the plantings are in, but they're in the designated places? Is that worth saying, or is
Oh
that
yeah,
understood?
good point. As per plan.
Yeah.
With the recommended spacing.
Exactly. Yeah.
To ensure survivability. So it's what Brian and Joe, when Chuck drafts the order of conditions, that's when you get to see every rule that the applicant's going to have to follow, doing the project, finishing the project, and getting final sign off on the project. So that's why I brought it up, especially because we don't have the planting plan yet.
Right.
We know we're going to get it, but how do we imagine those rules are going to be for that order of conditions? That's why I brought it up.
Makes sense.
Was that the only condition that we needed to discuss?
I think so. Anybody else? Any other conditions come to mind?
I'm assuming that the erosion control barriers are already stated in the plan, so we don't need to add that as a condition, correct? We already talked about erosion control.
I believe erosion, I think erosion control was proposed and thought there was a limit staked out, identified on the plan. So I guess I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. Is there a change to erosion control that you were anticipating?
No, I just am thinking about issuing order of conditions. It's important that there is erosion control present.
Yes.
But I think it's drawn on the plan going along a lot of the proposed fence line. So I don't think that needs to be a separate statement in Chuck's order of conditions, right? Because it's already shown on the plan.
Well, our standard order of conditions has a couple of paragraphs about where the erosion control gets set up and how it gets set up. and how it stays maintained. So there's a lot of detail in there. We can look at it when Chuck drafts the order of conditions at the next meeting, if he's able to get that to the next meeting, which I'm sure he is.
So we're hoping to close an issue tonight.
Oh.
I think that's what we were talking about.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Did I miss, did you happen to send us the order, a drafted order?
I did not.
Oh, okay. So it sounded, so Martha, it does sound like standard erosion control, installation, maintenance, and removal after the job is done. Unless, did you want to put another erosion control comment in?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
As long as
Okay.
it's just in there, the standard is fine. So I could make a motion to issue the order of conditions. Is that appropriate?
I think so. I'll make one last call to see if anybody, John, Carl, if you have any comments, if there's anything about this project you think requires special treatment, or I think we're in good shape. I think we're okay.
So let me
And
go over that
so-
one condition just to make sure
go
I
ahead.
have it down. So this is just shorthand, but plan by the 28th, approved before the building permit is issued. And then plants will be installed as per plan spacing and commission's recommendation. And that kind of takes care of everything up to the install point. And like I said, it goes without saying that if the plants weren't planted, then we wouldn't issue a certificate of compliance, but I'm going to make a condition stating that.
Okay. I have no objections. Does anybody have any objections to that? Go ahead and speak up. Okay, in that case, I will entertain a motion to issue based on the amendments discussed tonight, modifications to the order of conditions discussed tonight.
So moved for 62 Martin Road, Assessors Map 36, Lot 116, DEP file number 270-0745.
And just before you vote, one thing is that we want to have a survivability clause here. It's better to mention that in the meeting than not. So on the plants. Okay, I'm seeing Jack say yes.
Yep.
Yes.
It's my understanding that survivability was part of normal, a typical part of our order.
Mhm.
Yeah, but I just think it's better to mention those
just-
high hurdles.
Yep. Okay, so there's a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, John seconds it. Let's go to the vote. Martha?
Martha Moore in favor.
Carl?
Carl Ciccone in favor.
John?
John Sullivan in favor.
Joe?
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Brian?
Brian Bowe in favor.
Nika Scanlon in favor.
Great.
So
Thank you.
Jack?
Thank you, Anika.
Thanks for
Thank you,
showing up.
everyone. Yep, thank you.
All right.
Jack, are you
Thanks,
staying
Jack.
for another hearing or?
Yeah, I have it one, but I'm on after your next one.
Okay,
I'll see you in a little bit.
no problem. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay. Ready for 0 Willow Street, 0 Low Street? I can't say this.
I just finished the pool.
Should we listen to Jack or should we mute him, Chuck?
You mute him. You
I
have
just-
controls.
just
I'm
have
doing
my
something
phone.
else. Did you get muted? Okay, now I'm back.
Yeah, I
Okay.
muted him before this got too interesting.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Do you want me to go ahead and read
Yes.
for 0 Low? I will try to say this well. Okay, so we are going to continue with the public hearing on the notice of intent filed for 0 Willow Street and 0 Lowell Street, filed by the Town of Reading Engineering Department, Alex Ruzecki, under the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, MGL, Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1. The proposed work is at the Millette, Solms, and Morgan Conservation Area, and it is part of a larger grant-funded effort through the Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness Grant Program, designed to address current and future flooding within the Mystic River watershed and improve climate change resiliency and water quality while advancing environmental justice and open space connectivity. The applicant proposes to install a constructed wetland system to address local flooding and improve water quality, provide open space improvements, and enhance existing resource areas through native plantings and invasive species control. Proposed activities will occur within the buffer zone to bordering vegetated wetlands with a small BVW crossing. All work is within the 100-foot buffer zone to a bordering vegetated wetland and intermittent stream. The application and plans can be viewed on the conservation page under the project name. And it is Assessor's Map 26, Lot 50 and 23, DEP file number 270-0747. Is Amy and hi,
Yes.
Amy. Hi, Jen.
Hi.
Hi. Please introduce yourself for those who aren't familiar. Thank you.
I'll start. My name is Jen Relstab. I'm a senior water resources engineer at Horsley Witten Group.
And I'm Amy Ball. I'm a senior ecologist with the Horsley Witten Group.
So I understand, Chuck, we have our presentation from last time. We know some members were not able to come to the on-site visit last time. So we were going to go through and sort of give a very short presentation acknowledging the time for those who were not able to attend. Is that all right, or did you want to summarize any of the information from our site visit?
So I don't know, I think that you should just start with the presentation, and then one group went out on a site visit a couple weeks back, and we did another site visit today. But I think hearing the just summarizing, you know, the screen and the slides would be great, and then we could just get into the questions.
And just to let you know, a couple of newer commission members were able to watch the previous meeting recorded. So
great.
I'm sure they'll have questions. This is a big project, but go ahead.
All right, I'm going to turn off my camera because I'm having some internet issues, and hopefully that will abide by that. I'm going to skip through some of our slides just because those members will have seen them. We'll talk a little bit about some of the comments and questions that were brought up during our site walk in this presentation, and some of the updates to some of the meetings that we've had with MBTA at the end. So just to give everybody a sense of where this is located, it's on Willow Street and Lowell Street, access off of Willow Street by the railroad, and access off of Lowell Street off a sidewalk there. I'll talk just briefly here about the design approach. This is a stormwater improvement project. We're hoping to address water quality and flooding in the area, restore the landscape to be more native with plantings and trees, and control some of the invasives, provide access and connectivity with pathways and connections, and incorporate site amenities for visitors. Here are some of the design elements that we're sort of focusing on: stormwater management, restoration, and open space. And I'll go through here just highlighting what the stormwater improvements incorporate. So we will, moving sort of right to left, we will be incorporating a diversion structure off of Lowell Street to manage some of the stormwater that's going to the low point directly into the culvert that is discharging to the Aberjona River. That will be piped to the sediment forebay for pretreatment, so that allows for the settling out of sediment and debris. And then it'll flow through a series of both shallow and deep marsh cells that will be connected underneath the existing bordering vegetated wetland through a 24-inch pipe that will be underneath a proposed boardwalk, and I'll talk a little bit about that in the next slide. Through these series of cells, that allows for more sedimentation to occur and also allows for storage of water during storm events. There's a little bit of a stone swale that connects these paths over an existing 12-inch sewer line. And then we have an outflow of the system back into the Aberjona when it exceeds capacity down to the southeast portion of the site. We do have a overland overland connection from the Aberjona into our system as well, to allow for really high flows to access the wetland and storage space, to again provide a way for the water to be stored to manage and mitigate some of the flooding there. In our proposal, which I'll show in a minute, we are proposing an access path here, formal for cars, mostly with parking spaces at the bottom, and we are going to be managing that water in a sediment forebay before it discharges into the cells. The open space improvements that we're talking about, there is existing access, but we're going to formalize that with some nice, what we're proposing is rock cairns. That was a photo previously that sort of provides a little bit more direction for wayfinding, overlooks in various locations with stepping stones and interactive features. This light brown line here is a permeable surface. We're using stabilized soil. We're proposing stabilized soil. These little brown dark areas are boardwalks to allow people to step over these sort of spillway systems that are designed throughout the wetland. And then again, like I mentioned, there will be a 10-foot wide boardwalk here that will connect the system through the BVW, which is about in the current place of the existing boardwalk, just a little bit further to the north. And the reason for that is to adequately allow for the pipe system to come across the BVW with the minimal disturbance there. On moving towards the west, there are benches and again, more overlooks and stones. Again, another kiosk with a formal entrance and parking. We're proposing to widen this existing drive, which is now about somewhere between 8 to 10 feet to about 16 feet. And then throughout the 8-foot wide main path, there will also be a 5-foot wide mulched path sort of back behind the wetland area to allow people to have an immersive nature experience. I'll have Amy now talk a little bit about the resource areas, and then I'll end with comments on the MBTA.
Okay, so most of the project is actually occurring within the buffer zone to the BVW along the Aberjona. We mentioned there is a small wetland disturbance, a little over 700 square feet net, where we are proposing to pipe the two constructed wetland cells together. And this is going to be, as Jen mentioned, just slightly north of the existing wooden pathway, if you recall from the site visit. But the rest of the work is occurring within the 100-foot buffer zone, including the 25-foot zone of no disturbance and your 35-foot no structures buffer. And we have prepared and submitted a separate request for a variance on that to the commission to allow that work to happen in the realm of it being part of a greater public project that will result in a net benefit to the resource areas. One of the other amenities that we are including, or as mitigation, is to try and restore, and then can you go to the next slide, Jen?
Yep. A little bit, because it's hard to see here. It's in this area.
Of the crossing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is to, actually, I should back up just a second. So with the crossing, of course, we'll have a BVW wetland replication area that is right where Jen's cursor is there, and the sort of triangular corner at the edge of the wetland. That area will be planted with native plantings. The area beneath the existing boardwalk will also be restored. And as I understand from my conversation with Chuck earlier today, that boardwalk will be reused at another facility in town so that it's not lost energy. It's relatively new. But in addition to doing the restoration and the required mitigation for direct wetland alterations, we're also proposing to do quite a bit of invasive species management. There's a good portion of the sort of southwestern corner of the property and bleeding into the wetland where you have a lot of Japanese knotweed. And there are a handful of other non-native invasive shrubs such as multiflora rose and some honeysuckle, and among another species. And a lot of the trees out here are actually not native as well. So as part of the project, while there will be some disturbance to the ground in general, some of those non-native trees will be removed, and there'll be a proposal to remove some of the non-native invasive species in the shrubs too. And as far as that goes, we are also attempting to the best of our practicable ability here to adhere to the Conservation Commission's tree and shrub policy, in that we're removing a total of 56 trees that are greater than 6 inches of DBH. Again, many are invasive. Norway maples and black locust are the two primary ones. And then we're proposing to do the best we can to adhere to the mitigation table for replacing the trees as much as possible at those 1-to-1, knowing that there's a sort of a combination of the number of proposed deciduous shade trees and in 2 different sizes, as well as deciduous shade trees and evergreen trees, and then shrubs, such that we'll have a total of 61 replacement trees, 90 total replacement shrubs. And then as part of the stormwater system and along the side slopes of these areas and within the constructed wetlands themselves, there will be thousands of plugs planted to create a more natural system, being a sort of a green infrastructure system to help manage the stormwater and the flooding. I think that's the last one.
There's one more about
okay, well, I already
habitat, but you already covered
talked
this.
about the invasive species.
Yeah.
There is some existing habitat in terms of snags, which are standing dead trees or boles, and we will plan to stockpile some of this habitat or these features and reuse them after the stormwater system has been put in place to sort of maintain the that habitat that may otherwise be lost.
So one of the things that we talked about in the last meeting was the access drive. There were questions by some commission members about the ability to widen this, to perhaps ask MBTA for a couple additional feet to provide additional safe access, particularly for pedestrians, acknowledging that the sight lines from Willow Street, so this is the upper left photo here, looking down into the system, or even looking upwards towards Willow Street, it's a little bit hard. And so for safety reasons, there were some questions about whether we could widen it, also just to provide a little bit more to have cars perhaps pass not the entire length, but in a certain situation, just to be able to you know, leave if the 4 parking spaces which we're proposing are full. So we did have a conversation with MBTA, and they are looking at their right of way. They do want to have a chain link 6 foot high chain link fence located approximately 1 foot to the south or towards the railroad bed of their property line. Their property line is approximately at the bottom of the bed here, and I'll show that in the next slide. That would extend essentially from basically the top of the access near Willow Street all the way to the bottom of the parcel. We don't know exactly where that will be located, but we talked with them about approximately ending it somewhere around possibly where the existing culvert is, where the Aberjona crosses underneath the railroad bed. But that is still being worked on. And just to give a sense for folks what it looks like out there in terms of the widening, so this sort of 10 feet, 8 to 10 feet, excuse me, of asphalt that exists out there now. This would approximately be the extent of what we're proposing currently, which is 16 feet wide. So we're taking this all the way to the edge of the private property owners' property. That's the 60 Willow Street on the left-hand side, and all the way to the property line as we have it currently, which again is approximately at the bottom of the railroad bed. So it is pretty wide, but there could be some discussions with MBTA as we move forward, kind of possibly getting an easement for 1 or 2 more feet. I know Chuck has been having conversations with the 60 Willow Street tenant, and he can talk a little bit about that. But again, just to give you guys a sense of where that is located, this sort of brown line is where the existing drive pavement is, and the gray line underneath it is where we're proposing both the parking lot and the drive. And this black fence just of slope and would be approximately through to the culvert where the Aberjona crosses. There are a couple of trees that we know that would be removed. I believe those are shown on our plan as removed, but that are on the edge of the pavement that exists now. We did talk to the MBTA about possibly trying to keep as many. We did not survey. MBTA requires a license for survey. We did not survey their property as part of this project, but we'll probably do so under sort of the next phase of design. But there are likely some trees that may be impacted by this fence installation. And so we talked to MBTA about having the surveyor, when they go out there, their surveyor stake the property line to be able to give the commission a better sense of where that fence would approximately be located based on that. And then just the only other thing I wanted to mention is that when we met with the commission in the field a couple of weeks ago, we did discuss the other concern which was brought up last meeting, which was tree lines and sort of buffering from adjacent property owners. And I believe we discussed not only the fact that there's a lot of trees that are remaining on the actual conservation property, but there are also several trees, not just this is the southwestern side, but there are also a lot of trees on the property owner's property that would be an adequate buffer that would address some of the concerns that were brought up last time. That ends our presentation. I don't know if there are questions, and I'm happy to show the plan if there's specific questions or comments there.
So I'll just jump in and just say that the gentleman at 68 Willow, when I went to speak to him about the project and give him kind of a personal rundown of what we're proposing out there. This is the gentleman that has been basically maintaining the maintenance there for several years, and has done a pretty good job keeping that Japanese knotweed at bay. That he said that he'd like to see a plan that showed the property line of the MBTA, what we would like to see for an entrance roadway, and if it was necessary for him, to relinquish some of his own property to make this access road be more safe, that he was willing to have that discussion with the Conservation Commission. And that's, I thought that was pretty good, pretty good for someone that didn't really have to help us out at all, but he really likes this area and is, happy to see the improvements.
Thank you, Chuck. Thanks for that update. That's great. That's great to hear. It's always appreciated to have a good steward as a neighbor to the conservation areas. So I'm going to go through the roll call order and just check in with everybody. Martha, do you have any, after seeing this updated presentation, hearing what you heard, go ahead and respond.
The only thing I was noticing when we were walking the site this morning was that there are some places where there has been some yard waste and tree branches dumped along the Willow Street side of this property, and also there's some other debris, construction debris, something like that, to the other side of the trail. And do we have plans to try to avoid people dumping in the future and cleaning up what is dumped?
Yes, so on the on the existing plan, there is and maybe here, like I can go a little bit better. It's about in this area here. So that debris would be removed as indicated on the plans, and that would be obviously taken off site. The existing dumping, I don't think we called that out specifically on plan. I don't know that, unless sorry, like leaf. I'm assuming that's
like
lawn
waste?
litter, yeah, yard waste and things of that nature. I don't think we indicated every area, although we did see a lot of that. But I don't think we have that as called out to be removed specifically. There are, as far as the sort of future, just some of the discussions we had with Chuck when we were out on site about access, I think, and this yard waste, we would like to be able to clean that up to the extent, and we do have and I can't remember which particular houses had that, but I think it's somewhere in this location. We are trying to in some areas, because of just grading reasons, we have some stone walls and things of that nature. I think that would help to, and vegetation as well, that would be indicative of sort of the constructed wetland area that would park features. I think that would allow it to be a little bit more defined in terms of the area, the property line, that is, because I think there was a lot of questions that have been brought up as to where the property lines might end and where the conservation area property might begin. And so therefore having sort of that formalized planting and some of those, like I said, there's a border wall or boulder wall on this in this area that might help to better define for homeowners where their area ends.
Thank you. I don't think I have any other questions.
Okay, thank you, Martha. Carl?
As just missing some of this, of course, but trying to catch up today with The online video, I guess one question, just as I'm kind of strolling through, is what was the duration of the project timeline? Is it
Yeah, so we've just some, I guess, zooming out, we've been working, or the town has been working with members of the Mystic River Watershed Association and other members of the Resilient Mystic Collaborative, which is a broader group within the watershed, which is made up of many communities, to identify sort of local and regional opportunities to address flooding and mitigate some of the climate change impacts in the watershed. And so in a previous phase of work, so about a year ago, they identified several sites. This was one of them, and we've been working with the town since January to create and develop these permitting plans, which were submitted, as you know, in May, and then we're sort of working on wrapping up some of the outline design and for discussions with the MBTA and with the town. But I believe that the town is currently having meetings and discussing internally funding mechanisms to install this. I understand from talking with the town engineer that this is probably going to be, you know, another year or so before we move forward with design for the construction documents, and then installation would probably be, you know, a year after that, you know, between sort of final design and bidding. So this actually won't be installed, like I said, probably for at least, you know, a couple of years.
Okay.
And I think we discussed Chuck and Anika last time about sort of the fact that if we you know, we would need to come back, obviously, I think, to the commission, you know, with any amendments as they come up with this project, and Amy can talk a little bit more about that process, because I think she answered that question in our last hearing.
Yeah, so Carl, this is not the last time you're going to see this.
Probably not.
No.
Carl, if you're all set, are you? There's a lot to review and a lot more. There's a lot of broad design information. There's also going to be a lot of specifics coming as well.
Okay.
This process. So this is a good time to talk about the big picture overview comments. If it's okay with you, Carl, I think I'll let you just continue to think about it, and please pipe up if you want to take an opportunity to ask another question. How's that sound?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. John, do you have any questions on this?
Just a couple. So I guess there's a bunch of Japanese knotweed kind of in the downstream portion of this that the abutter has been working to keep at bay. Is there a plan to address any of that during this project?
I can handle that. Yeah, there is. We have proposed sort of a two-pronged approach using herbicides and mechanical measures to remove as much of the knotweed as possible. There'll be some excavation of that area, which will get rid of some of the root matter and the rhizomes, probably not all of it. But between the excavation for the actual constructed stormwater and use of herbicides, and then, you know, repeated cutting of the area, we're hoping to get it back under control, and then start to, you know, we'll be planting the whole area pretty aggressively with native shrubs and trees and a lot of the plugs that we mentioned earlier.
And also, we actually we created a draft operation and maintenance plan that incorporates some of the invasive species management techniques that Amy is pointing out, not just for the Japanese knotweed, but also for the Phragmites that are on there, and some of the other species that are present Bittersweet and others that are sort of common to this area, that outlines not only specific techniques, but also how we would develop, and I think this is something that would happen in the next phase, a sort of monitoring and management plan that would be sort of a both short and long-term strategies to address some of the invasives on site.
Then I guess my other question is kind of a more of a process or I guess question on is the current access road into the site wide enough to get all the equipment that you're going to need to do this work? Or is there going to have to be other ways of accessing the site?
I mean, I think that, you know, we probably would, my guess is that, you know, the access road would be one of the first things that would be rough graded out as part of this project. I know that it's a little bit hard to see here, but these yellow dots here, there's a gas line that runs, 10-inch gas line that runs underneath this access road. So there's some coordination that would need to happen, and that would likely happen early on in the process with them because of that transit line. So my sense is that would probably, that rough grade and the removal of trees and widening would happen first, or be one of the first things that happens, because it is only you can kind of see it in this right hand photo. There's probably only about 5 to 6 foot of passable space in that particular location, and similar as you go down to the second bigger tree here on the right hand side.
John, is that straightforward? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Carl.
I guess I have a question maybe for you or Chuck, and you could I know we talked about native shrubbery and 56 trees or so coming down, but they're mostly invasives. Do we still have to do a 1-to-1 replacement with that, or meet our policy for this project, or no?
Chuck, do you want to?
Yeah, Chuck, if you want to weigh in on that, I can.
One to replacement trees.
Chuck usually fields that one.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. So we have a 1-to-1 replacement policy with the shrubs, but it also includes habitat enhancement and invasive removal. So there's some wiggle room with large quantities of trees, but I see that the total replacement trees is 61 and there's 90 shrubs and you're removing 56. So apparently that with these numbers, we've met our tree and shrub replacement policy.
Mm-hmm.
And if you combine that with the invasive removal and the improvement to the site, it's you know, it's well within line of what we've had accepted before.
Right.
Yeah, I guess, and you also had a question about funding, and I think that the town is working on funding, and from what I heard, that there's we are receiving help and looking for the funding. But this is a big project and it's going to require a lot of money. There's an opportunity to have it fully funded and with 2 separate grants, and there's an opportunity to do a match of 20% or so, and there's some projects that may be included. The culvert at Willow Street is one of them that they're talking about, but that is kind of outside of what we're approving now. And that would also be one of the things that if it was part of something that the town could do as part of this project, it would be kind of an amendment or a change to this project, and it would come back to the commission to get approved.
Okay. John, did you have any other follow-ups?
No, I think that's it for me.
I did have a question.
Go ahead.
and I would like to see it approved, but it just keeps on missing the plan, and maybe we just didn't update the plan. So I did ask for some sort of viewing platform by the spillway and the field area, and then we even looked at that when we did our first site visit. I think it's appropriate. I think the stones that it could create this viewing area are right on site, and it's not on the plan, but I'm hoping we can figure out a way how to add it to the project. Hopefully it doesn't become an ad alternate, but I think that it would add a lot to the project just to have some area to kind of look out over the wetland, cross the tracks, and into the Thalen Bird Sanctuary. My opinion, it would enhance what we have here already.
Yeah, I mean, on site we did talk about the overlook, and we also talked about potentially even moving this exit to be a little bit more in line with the views that we had talked about, sort of into that. So this view, as you can kind of see, looks more towards the railroad, but moving it a little bit more towards the sanctuary. I mean, I think that doesn't. For ours, I guess, and Amy can chime in too as well, but these are minor plan edits, modifications that we could make. We acknowledge that some of these potentially could be boardwalks even extended. I think we talked a little bit about that, and or changing the boardwalks so that they're raised. Right now they're basically just slightly higher than grade to allow for the water to flow under. Those could be lengthened to be longer, instead of, I think we have these as being somewhere around 10-20 feet. They could be 30 feet, so that allows for like what you're saying, I think, which is sort of an extension off of the boardwalk to be allowed to be over and into the sort of the Aberjona even. That's not something we did in advance of the second hearing. I think we haven't had further discussions with Alex about that, but we acknowledge that those things, not just in this particular location, but in the other locations, we do have other spillways along the way, could be modified to incorporate any sort of overlooks or even signage. I think would be another opportunity, and we certainly looked at precedent images as well that even incorporate bird houses and things like that provide an opportunity for people to better get up close and personal with the space. It's just not something that we looked at in the last couple of weeks. So
no, that's great. I'm glad. It sounds like that this is something that I talked about one, and now you're talking about additional ones, so that's great. It seems like it's taking hold.
Right. And sometimes, Chuck, sorry to interrupt, these are still our permitting plans, so they're at about a 75% level, and so when they do finally go to construction, they'll be advanced to 100% level with specifications and construction ready drawings, and at that point we could potentially add some of these amenities. And we've had this happen for other projects where a commission would condition an order such that the final plans would come back to the commission.
That's right. And
construction.
And that we do have that in our order of conditions, boilerplate. I know that the Trails Committee had spent a lot of time putting in the headwater, the Aberjona Trail project. How does this area connect? This area does connect to that existing path that goes over to Hunt Street, and what does it look like?
Yeah, so right now we don't have sort of a formal connection at AE. We are sort of, it's kind of hard here to read. It does say connection to existing trails. So there is we have in our plans proposed to sort of allow it to tee off into the other side of the Aberjona. We don't have any formal sort of integrated connection between those two. So in that space, the sort of stabilized soil would end, and you would get on sort of the existing trails as they look now, which are mulched with, obviously branches or wooden logs that are on the either side of those, and that would sort of continue, so that there would be a little bit of a different aesthetic, I guess, between sort of the formal paths that will be in the conservation area on the Millette side and the sort of informal trail paths that would connect across the Aberjona and into the Hunt Street side.
Sure. And as I'm looking at that entrance and how it's set up, it reminded me that we're going to allow bikes on these trails. And I think that the intersection, instead of 90 degrees, would probably need to be worked on a little bit, just to make that more, that turning radius, feasible.
Yeah, I think even though it's not shown here, and again, there's when we were out there, there actually there are some small trees in that space. So they may be invasive. I think, Amy, you know better. And I think we took some pictures too, and we can talk about that with you, Chuck. But I think they were trying to maintain that 90 just because there is some vegetation in that space, and to not disturb it. But I mean, I think that's also fine.
Yeah, I think it's
just
going to
to
happen
widen it out.
anyways.
Yeah.
Just this
Right,
kind of
wear and
flaring out.
tear at the
Yeah.
in the long
Yeah.
run.
Okay.
Okay.
That's.
And I'm a little bit of piggybacking on that thought. That parking lot area could also have a bike rack as well, something placed there. But again, that's kind of, if Chuck's talking about a viewing platform, which increases the likelihood of engagement of visitors, well, a bike rack is also kind of in line with sustainability and resiliency, and
Right.
encouraging this to be a recreational area and a place that you should get to, not just by car. So I want to make sure everyone has a chance to comment. So I've kind of lost track of the roll call order, but I think we're picking up with Joe. So Joe.
Yes, I believe I go after John. I believe John was
Yeah,
last.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let's see. I mean, my thoughts, which are probably, I will keep short because it does sound like, we're being asked about the big picture here, and the big picture looks great. I had some concerns about when we did as I got to visit the site this morning with Chuck and Martha, and saw, we did note the yard waste on the one side and the not so yard waste on the other side. It sounded, when we were talking about this morning, it sounded like maybe that would all be sort of more or less automatically swept away because it'd be in the area that's being turned into constructed wetland. Looking at the plans, it actually looks like it is not, like it's in the area behind, like, sort of roughly 6, not to name, I'll list the range of houses, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yes. Yeah. Those there, and exactly, there's that area that looks like it's outside the region of work, but is on the conservation land. And I actually think that's where a lot of the problems are with the yard waste. So I don't know if this project will give us an opportunity to do something about that. Maybe just the fact that the trail is nicer and there's more traffic will discourage bad behavior. Because indeed, I think there will be more people using the trail once it's been improved like this. So, but
to your point, we can't wait the 3 years for that. We can't wait 1 to 3 years for that. So we have other ways to address that.
Okay. Yeah.
We send notices to neighbors. Hey, we noticed there's dumping behind your house. Looks like it's coming. Looks like it's getting dragged through. Please take care of it.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
So, but that's a good thing to know.
Yeah. Cool. And other than that, I don't have any other comments or questions. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Joe. Okay, Brian?
Yeah, I do have one, thanks. So I know one of the goals of this is to address the current flooding and future flooding. So I'm just wondering, you have the pipe going out to the river and a couple of cells further downstream, if that's the term. What do you expect for the overall impact of this? How much more effective do you think it's going to be? What's the flooding situation going to be when this is all said and done?
Yeah, so I think one of the things that we're looking at is primarily this. So the design for this constructed wetland is really for holding about an inch of rain. That's typical for sort of the Wetlands Protection Act stormwater management standards. We try to maximize that space as much as we can, and obviously, having walked the space, you probably know there's not a ton of it. We're trying to do as much as we can. So what we are seeing here is a clear reduction, not only in the pollutants that we're going to be that we see now that are directly going into the Aberjona, and the pollutants primarily the pollutant that is of concern here, not only is phosphorus, but the sediment that carries the phosphorus. The sediment actually does tend to settle out and creates a reduced capacity for the Aberjona, not just along this parcel, but downstream, which also impacts Willow Street. So that's one part of it. And the second part of it is that flood storage. So we do see in the modeling of our stormwater management feature that we're getting a reduced amount of volume during most, I should say all storm events, except for I think the larger sort of 100-year, which is about a 8 to 10 inch rainfall event. We're seeing reductions in volume, but we're also seeing reductions in peak flow. And what that means is that when water sort of falls on roadways and houses and things all at the same time, we're getting a sort of a mitigation of that peak flow, which helps with other issues, which we know, or the town knows, that there are some capacity issues with culverts along the Aberjona, which are impacting some of the flows. In this case, the Willow Street culvert, as well as the Lowell Street culvert and others in the immediate area. So we do anticipate a reduction. There is some broader modeling that wasn't done by us, but done by others that did sort of look at broader flooding issues. And we believe, although we haven't run, there's a particular hydrology model that we would use as we go towards construction documents to verify the broader impacts of this particular stormwater management feature towards the upstream and downstream ends, to make sure that we're mitigating to the extent possible, and obviously not impacting any adjacent properties. But like I said, right now we're seeing a reduction just using this space as the sort of constructed wetland. And again, these other benefits that we're able to get as well really helps to increase the capacity over time of the Aberjona.
So if I can ask a little follow-up. So I think it's not on this particular view, but I think the pipe going to the river is labeled as overflow. Does that mean it's elevated a little bit, and so the whole system has to increase before it begins to flow, or how does that work?
So there's two different systems. I'm not sure. So there's two different systems. There's one system that's a piped system that would come off of Lowell Street, and through it there's would be a diversion structure, so a manhole with like a weir system that would allow, like I said, instead of having it divert up, so all storm events up to 1 inch would be diverted through a pipe and go into the sediment forebay. We are, and then travel through the wetland cells. This other system here, which is like a little bit of a swale system, which basically takes overland flow for large events. So probably we're looking at 6 to 8 inches of rain. So in a 24-hour period, that flow would just flow overland and into the system naturally. And that would just be flow that's coming from the Aberjona directly, not from any piped system, if that answers your question. Or if not, let me know.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'll be happy to. It does to a certain extent, I guess, maybe tied to this. Do you have any sense of how quickly the water will percolate, move along, so we could handle the next 1 inch storm and the next 1 inch storm? I mean,
So the way that the constructed cells work is that they have a certain amount of elevation above. So there will be some sort of some standing water. This is connected to the groundwater. So there will be some groundwater water that is constantly in the system. And then in sort of the middle of these deep pools, it's a little bit hard to see here, but in these deep pools and then surrounding it will be vegetation and space for that water to sort of come in. And then what happens is as the water fills up to a certain elevation, what we call the permanent pool elevation, once it gets to that height, it spills over into the different cells, or in the case of this sort of lower cell, it goes into the 24-inch pipe that crosses the BBW. And that system essentially just flows through from cell to cell based on elevation. Once it gets to that overflow elevation, it spills out. And then we do have what we call sort of emergency spillways, which, you know, once it gets to that point, it'll flow back into the BVW, or bordering vegetated wetland. That's these sort of boardwalk areas that Chuck and I were talking about a moment ago. So it allows it to sort of go through. So, you know, I think we have about a foot of freeboard or something like that space between what we think the permanent pool and these overflow spillway elevations. I don't have off the top of my head that volume equivalent, but there is adequate space, and we do, like I said, it's designed for the 1 inch. So after that, you know, the system will continue to just overflow if it's larger than that, or if the storm is more intense than 24 hours. I should also say.
In which case the flooding returns to where it floods currently and to what extent it floods currently, or is that the emergency?
Correct. It'll just, yeah. If the system is overwhelmed, you know, it'll at a minimum, you know, unless again it's greater than the sort of 1 inch or overflow or overtops the diversion structure, it will allow the system to, you know, go through the sediment forebay, at least to reduce, you know, some of the you know, pollutants that are in the stormwater, and then the rest will just continue to flow through the cells. And if it's exceeding that elevation, it will just flow back into the wetland and then again flow back into the river. So it will eventually at some point, you know, exceed that sort of capacity in the diversion structure, and will just go through to the river directly.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm all set on the questions.
Okay. Okay, Chuck, do you have any final word? Did I lose Chuck?
No, Chuck's on mute.
Right now. Okay. So no, this is a good project. I think that it's a project that the engineering department has looked at closely, and they have some ideas for, you know, work during this process. I think the engineers are very comfortable with the design. It's been reviewed by it went to a DRT meeting, and all the departments looked at it. We got the input from the police, fire, all that on safety. And we've had a couple of meetings, and we've had some input from the abutters. We had a lunch and learn, if that's, yeah, so we did have one of those. And then we had another meeting that was at night, and they were attended by abutters. We had gone around and posted, we actually brought invitations to each of the abutters' house so they would know about those meetings. So I think that this, as much as it can be, has been brought into the public domain, and been kind of out there to hear comments from most of the abutters. I believe that. Sure.
You can go ahead, and when you're done, let's open it up and see if anybody wants to raise a hand and chime in.
Sure, and I was just going to end by saying I believe that even the chair of the select board knows about this project and has probably mentioned it at a meeting or so, and attended one of our public meetings. So that's what I'd like to add to this project and to my comments.
Okay, thank you for that. We've spent quite a bit of time on this one. I just want to make sure we cover our bases and hear from everybody who wanted to speak. So are there any members of the public that want to Fine. Carol?
Yep.
I think. Hold on
Sure.
a sec.
I'll do that.
Just please state your name and address. Once she's unmuted.
Can you see how to unmute, Carol? You should be able to just hit
Yeah,
the microphone.
I did
There you
it.
go.
I did
Yep.
it. Okay. My issues have been that
Excuse
they
me,
had
Carol. Sorry.
started.
Just your full name and address, please, first. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Carol Charest, and I'm at 7 Intervale Terrace.
Thank you.
And I'm on the corner of Lowell and Intervale. And we have the easement going through our lot off of the Abijona River, which they had started a clean out several years ago from the other side of Intervale, from up by the schools where Abijona comes to. They never finished the clean out. So now the water does not flow the way it had been, and there had been a lot of debris and so forth. Now, I don't know, and I'll be honest with you, if I should be talking to the Conservation Committee about this or somebody else at the town. But way this all was brought up about the discussions tonight, I says, I have to start somewhere. The easement that goes through our lot is the one that also goes under Lowell Street to this new project. And the walls on that easement are all falling apart, and it's all collapsing in that area. So, and this is the water that's going to flow into that new development that you're trying to do. The town has not kept up with that. It's not we're not able to do it. It's the town that runs it right from the corner to the fence there. The fence is completely collapsing. The land has gone into it, and that wall has been collapsing right along. There's a lot of dead trees in there, or I should say branches and so forth in there from the trees that overhang that part of the easement. Now, it does cause, because it stills water, because the water isn't flowing right, it does cause mosquitoes and things like that, and some other stuff. But I don't know who I should be talking to about all of this and what we can do. But I had thought this was a start.
Okay. Thank you, Carol. So just to be clear, you're at 7 Intervale?
Yes.
Okay. So you are immediately across the street from up gradient of Lowell.
Yes.
I just pulled up the town GIS map. And so your concerns are the degradation of the slope around the culvert and around the Abijona on your property.
Yeah, also, we don't know who does it, like you had said on the property off of behind Willow, there's people dumping or doing. There's a lot of people, there's a lot that goes into this also. We saw bikes in there. We've seen different things. Not so great. No more turtles. We used to see turtles, but we don't see that anymore because it's that bad.
Okay. Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, the water you're receiving is all the water that starts at the high school.
Yeah.
And comes down. It's a real pinch point right there.
Wait, Ron, say something then. My husband's beside me and he corrects me with everything. So say what you want to say.
When they cleaned the river up to Intervale Terrace, we were told that when they stopped there, that was a foot to a foot and a half lower. So at Intervale Terrace, going across through under Lowell Street was a foot and a half higher. The river itself used to dry out in late spring or early summer. You could actually walk on that river. It would dry out completely. It hasn't dried out in maybe 10 or 15 years.
Yeah,
it
you're actually, unfortunately, your experience is not next to these drainage streams and ditches, and is the town is, as far as I understand, fairly backlogged on cleaning out ditches, is what I have heard. But I don't know, Chuck, if you wanted to chime in. But also as a secondary thing, I've heard that we are having the wettest July we've had.
Well, that's something.
This
too.
was,
So
when
it's-
the wall was falling apart, the stone wall, it's over 10 years when I reported it, and they said they would repair it the next spring. It never
So-
happened, so I say about 80% of the wall is gone. It's in the river.
So we're, okay, so our concern about this is the degradation of the habitat. And it sounds like that's a bit of a problem. Chuck, did you want to comment?
Sure. The area that you're talking about is not part of this project.
Right.
No.
But
Right.
so for this, I don't know, you said 10 years ago, but in the last couple of years, the town has instituted an app that you can put in your requests on. And I don't know if I have got some emails from Carol, but if you can go to the town website and go to the DPW page,
Okay.
and on that DPW page, there's a big yellow symbol, and it's called See, Click, Fix. And it walks you through what you're requesting, and then you're able to put something in, and that'll go right to the engineering department, and they'll keep in touch. It creates a ticket, and the ticket stays open, through this process. And I think you'll get some satisfaction from that. But it's definitely either a visit, town hall's open, you can visit the engineering department, you can do See, Click, Fix, or you can call the engineering department, because what you're talking about is an engineering issue because they manage the stormwater in town.
All right, well, this is a start, because last time I did try to talk to somebody and they says conservation. And I had approached the town before regarding all of this, and they told me it's conservation. So that's why when this all come up, I says, maybe this is a chance just to find out what to do.
Yeah, well, conservation is not leaving you alone, but you have
Okay.
to start with engineering, and the engineering department will pull us in
I'll do what you
as
say.
needed. Yep. Okay, thank you.
I appreciate all the help you gave me already. Thank you.
All right, Carol, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna sign out.
Okay, have a
Have
good
a
night.
good night, all. Thank you so
Thanks for
much.
sticking with us. All right.
Okay.
Okay, so are there any other members of the public that would like to comment? Okay, I'm going to be quick about this. Seeing none. It sounds like we need to continue this. Do you want to? Did I read that right? No. We're at 75%.
No,
design.
these are the permitting plans.
Those are the
and
permitting plans.
Yep, and this is all we're gonna see. Any changes will come in later, where
Right.
the HW or Horsley Witten is looking to close tonight.
Okay. On what we have.
Yep.
Okay. Chuck, are there any final comments from anybody on this before we entertain closing? All right, I don't see any. Hopefully nobody's asleep.
I move to close the hearing on 0 Willow Street and 0 Lowell Street. Assessors map 26, lot 50 and 23, DEP file number 270-0747.
All right, is there a second?
I second.
Okay, Martha,
I approve. Martha Moore.
Carl,
Carl Saccone in favor.
John,
John Sullivan in favor.
Joe,
Joe Carnahan in favor.
thanks, Brian,
Brian Bowe in favor.
and Anika Scanlon in favor.
Okay. That's perfect. We don't have to issue tonight as I see it. We can have the order of condition written and review it, and you know, that's just between the commission because we've closed.
Okay,
We'll send HW, the engineering department, a copy as we normally do. And if there's comments, you have comments, you could send them back to us and I'll review them with the commission at the next meeting.
Good.
Okay.
All right, thank you guys.
Thanks for coming out tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a good night.
Have a
You
good
too.
night.
Okay, Chuck, 1310.
That's next.
Okay. So we're going to continue the public hearing on an abbreviated notice of resource area delineation filed by Ocean Breeze Builders LLC, Michael Phillips, for 1310 Main Street under the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, 131, Section 40, and the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1, for the review and verification of wetland boundaries on the property. All work is within 100 feet of the bordering vegetated wetland. The owner is seeking to have the Reading Conservation Commission review and approve the wetland delineation. The intent is to establish the wetland boundaries and then move forward with a residential subdivision with access off Franklin Street. The application and plans can be viewed at the Conservation Division webpage under the current project 1310 Main Street. The property is at Assessor's Map 41, Lot 75 and 84, DEP file number 270-0746. So, Mr. Sullivan, I assume
Yep.
you're here on behalf of the applicant, just for the sake of
Yep,
the record, if you would just introduce yourself and.
sure. My name's Jack Sullivan. I'm owner of the Sullivan Engineering Group, and I'm here representing the applicant for 1310 Main Street. And we opened the hearing in June. We knew there'd be a couple new members coming to the commission, and the commission wanted to do a site walk, and we wanted to wait until the new members were in place to schedule a site walk. But just to give everyone a brief overview, this parcel of land, it's about 9.5 acres. It's behind the Reading Animal Clinic. And there's a series of bordering vegetated wetland. There's isolated wetlands. Norse Environmental performed the wetland delineation. I performed the survey, and I show all the wetland flag locations and the associated local buffers surrounding those areas. And I believe we really just continued because we wanted to set a date to perform a site walk. Maureen Harold of Norse Environmental's on this call as well. So we wanted to see if we could look at some dates, see what might work for the members and any other questions you might have. But I think the real intent of this was just to try to set up a date so we could review the wetland flags on site.
I don't have a problem with that. Chuck, was there anything else you wanted to discuss that was pertinent? besides
No,
that?
we needed to know about the Chapter 61 information also. I mean, we're wondering if we got notified or not and where that process is about this land. But I do think that if that isn't available, then at the next meeting or the meeting that you come back to, that would be, you know, good information to have.
Yep, and I do have that information. The owner, the town did not act on it as far as what the owner told me. They're going to provide me documentation to that effect, but I'll have that prior to the next meeting.
Sure, and you know, we're looking for certified mail receipts with that.
Okay, I can
Yep.
do that, Chuck. Yep.
Okay, great. Yeah, because yeah. Okay, let's talk about dates for a site visit. And Maureen, do you have any dates that are not available starting on the week of the 19th?
I'm sure I do. Oh, you guys, what time do you meet in the evening?
For a site visit?
Yeah.
We don't usually do site visit in the evening. Is that something that any of the members want to do, is a site visit in the evening? That hasn't been done before, Maureen.
Okay, so do you usually do it Saturday, Sunday?
I think we're actually targeting Tuesday mornings right now.
Oh, that's even better.
Oh, good.
Okay, Tuesday morning works.
Yeah, I don't think our old site visit schedule has, after COVID, that we're still in the new members. We don't have any hard and fast dates. So Tuesday morning, does that work? We have the 20th and the 27th available.
I hate to say it, but I'll be out of town both of those Tuesdays. I'm available the 22nd, 23rd, or 24th if any of those days work.
And I'm out of town the last week of July.
Maureen, can we move it to August? The 3rd or the 10th? Any members have those problems with those
I
dates?
cannot do the 3rd of August, nor can I do the 20th of July for that matter. Tuesdays, unfortunately, in particular, don't work those mornings.
That Tuesday still leaves the 10th. Any other commission members that can't do the 10th? Maureen, can you do the 10th?
I can, Chuck. Bring the sunshine, will you?
That's what I do. Okay. I don't hear any members having an issue. And could we get this off the ground? John, you like early, right? John likes early, 8:30. Did that work for people? Joe, 8:30 works.
I could do that.
Yep, that's
Okay.
not a problem for me at all.
I don't know, Carl, how do you feel? Is this, I don't want to leave you out. I know that.
I'll have to see what my schedule is that week. At this point, I'm on site every day, so.
My thoughts are you are more of an afternoon person. I've offered this to others. You and me can go out during my, time at town, Monday through Thursday, when you're available. If you missed this meeting, and I can just kind of update you on what the commission talked about and go through the flags, you and me, at your convenience. But obviously the 10th gets us to the site visit before our meeting, which is going to be on the 11th. So let's set that for the 10th at 8:30, Maureen and commissioners.
Okay.
And we'll meet right, where do we meet, by the way? Do we still pull into the same animal clinic driveway area?
Yep. You'll just pull in that gravel driveway to the right of the animal clinic.
Okay. Okay, Jack, back to you, Anika. I think we're all set with what we need to do with this applicant tonight.
Okay, is there anything else the applicant wanted to ask or discuss?
Not on my end.
Okay. In that case, I'll entertain a motion. We need to continue this, right? So let's propose continuing. We need to continue this to, what's a good date for doing that site walk?
The 10th. And it would be August 11th.
Okay.
I'll
Okay, so
move to continue the hearing on 1310 Main Street to August 11th, and it's DEP file number 270-0746.
Second.
Okay, Martha?
Martha Moore in favor.
John?
Carl Ciccone in favor.
Thanks, sorry, John.
John Sullivan in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Brian
Brian?
Bowe in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Jack.
Yep, thank you.
Jack. Okay, so the last public hearing is 0 Small Lane. We're going to open the public hearing on the notice of intent for 0 Small Lane filed by LLC Megan Johnson, Delray Realty pursuant to the Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 of the Wetlands Protection Act. The applicant is proposing to construct a limited project stream crossing with retaining walls, wetlands alteration, wetlands replication, drainage, grading, and associated utilities under the Wetlands Protection Act 310 CMR 10.00 only. In other words, not under the Town of Reading bylaw. All work is within 100 feet of a bordering vegetated wetland. The application and plans can be viewed on the on Conservation Division page under the current project, Assessors Map 40 and 41, Lot 153 and 155 and 29. DEP, there's no file number on this yet?
No,
No
I
file
see
number.
no.
File number coming. I'm gonna guess it's 2700747, but don't quote me. So,
Maureen, do we have all your people loaded on our screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So
Go ahead.
good evening, Maureen Harold, Norse Environmental. Chuck, can I bring in the plans?
Sure can. Hold on a second.
Yeah. Okay,
You're good to go now.
all righty. Thank you. Okay, so we filed a notice of intent with the commission to extend Small Lane, which is located off of Dana Road in town. We filed this as a limited project roadway crossing. We're proposing retaining walls, a wetland alteration, wetland replication, drainage, grading, and associated utilities. I know there's a lot of new members, but we also filed what's called an abbreviated notice of resource area delineation. So the wetland boundary, which is shown here around the property, is set and was confirmed by the Reading Conservation Commission August of 2019. We have an existing culvert that's located beneath a trail area. Small Lane right now, it's a hammerhead lot or roadway. It just ends. We have 3 houses here. So we would like to extend the roadway. And let me bring this plan in, which shows it a little bit better with the detail. As part of the project, we're proposing to improve the crossing itself. The existing crossing, I believe it's an 8-inch culvert that is presently silted in. So we're gonna remove that and put in a open bottom box culvert. We're proposing a 24-foot wide roadway with a 6-foot wide, 2-foot deep crushed stone infiltration trench on either side of the roadway. To minimize impact to the resource areas, we're proposing retaining walls on either side of the roadway. We're proposing to alter 1,787 square feet of wetland, and we're going to provide 3,580 square feet of wetland replication area. So the wetland replication area is proposed right here. The proposed wetland alteration is right here, as well as this location here. The purpose of the roadway is so that we can access these 2 lots. We've been in front of the town my goodness, at least a year to 18 months with IDR meetings and discussing this project, discussing what type of options we have with this lot. So we've been in front of planning. The town is requiring us to extend the roadway. And unfortunately, a driveway isn't an option, even though it's only to access 2 lots. The town is requiring a roadway. I believe we had originally proposed a 22-foot wide roadway, and the town didn't feel that was adequate for emergency vehicles and requested a 24-foot wide roadway. And the individual house lots itself, it will come in front of the commission as a separate notice of intent filing. But as you can see here, we highlight the 25-foot buffer as well as the 35-foot buffer. So we do have room to construct 2 single-family homes in this location. And I can open it up to the commission for any comments.
Okay, I'm gonna reach out to Martha.
I have a question about how the 25-foot and 35-foot buffers allow any sort of room for a roadway around the area where it curves, because it seems to me that they kind of meet in the middle down there. And so I haven't been involved in plans like this where you're building a road in the no structure zone and in the border of and the natural vegetation zone and stuff like that. So I'm questioning what the policies are that we're working under to allow a road here.
So the policies that allow us is 310 CMR 10.533, which is a limited project provision in the Wetland Protection Act. And to sum this up, it basically says that if there's no other access with either lesser impact or no impact, you can cross a wetland, alter a wetland, and replicate a wetland. Although this filing is just solely under the Wetland Protection Act and not under the Reading wetland bylaws and regulations, where the 25-foot buffer and the 35-foot buffer would fall into, the regulations, the Reading regulations itself does acknowledge limited projects and is allowed under that as well. As part of the limited project provisions, I am required to provide an alternative analysis to prove that this is the area of least impact. In my notice of intent on page 4, I provided the commission with an alternative analysis. Again, we tried to discuss options with the town about eliminating the roadway and just providing a driveway, a common driveway. That was not allowed by the town. We originally went to the town with a 22-foot wide roadway because that itself would limit the impact to the wetland and the associated buffer zones. The town said that is not acceptable. A 24-foot wide roadway is required just for access for emergency vehicles, such as fire trucks and ambulances. So this is the minimum width roadway that the town will require us to build.
I might have other questions later, but none at the moment.
Thank you, Martha. Carl? I don't know if you have any questions at this point.
I don't at this point, no. But I'll raise my hand.
No problem. Okay, let's go to John. John?
I think I'm still trying to get my head wrapped around this. I'm not sure I have any questions right now.
That's okay. Then, Joe, do you have any big questions right now?
No, I do not.
Okay, how about you, Brian?
I have one, at least. First of all, I want to mention that I am in a butter to this project. I'm only continuing because I do believe I can be impartial, but I just wanted to get that on the table. My question is, I recognize that your approach is to do this project in a separate notice of intent for the actual construction of the houses themselves. So when you plan to do that, what's the sequence? And I'm assuming you're not going to have the roadway be done and then file the notice of intent. So what's your understanding there?
So the reason why we filed it this way was because I think it makes it a little bit cleaner in terms of issuing the permits and the order of conditions. So the roadway crossing with the wetland alteration and the wetland replication area would be under one order of conditions. And then each single family house lot would have their own order of conditions. And really the purpose of that is, you know, we can get the roadway constructed, we can do the as-built and then close out that order. And in terms of the individual house lots, if you sell it to Bob Smith and Betty Sue, it's not under one order in case there's any issues, or if you have a homeowner that likes to cut trees or be proactive with using their lands and gets into buffer zones, it just keeps it separate. So I think that's the most effective way to file a development like this. So,
Okay. So that implies that you're assuming that there will be no issues with the next notice of intent or notices of intent. And so what would you do if in fact there were some issues with getting the approval for the actual construction of the houses?
well, we've been looking at this design for about 18 months, and we feel like we can design the houses to meet the Wetland Protection Act as well as the local bylaws and comply with all the regulated setbacks that the town enforces with the single family house lots. So at this moment in time, we don't anticipate an issue, but you're absolutely right. There could be an issue, but at least it would be a separate issue from the roadway and the wetland crossings and the wetland replication area. We wanted to propose it this way to the commission so that you can take a look at what we're proposing. This is the most impact to the resource areas, is this segment of the project.
Mm-hmm. So you don't anticipate an issue. I can understand why you'd have that approach, but what would you do if in fact there were an issue? What contingencies can you think of? I mean, there's not that much space there.
I feel like we're talking a lot of hypotheticals.
Yeah, that's true.
So we would resolve the issues. If we had thought that this land wasn't developable and we couldn't permit the houses, I wouldn't be here tonight in front of you. Again, I think we can come up with a nice house design that meets all the required setbacks that the town has.
Okay, I mean, I do agree that was hypothetical, so I won't pursue that anymore. I do have one additional question or observation, I guess. So back in August of 2019, I went to the meeting where this was discussed, and while we were waiting for the meeting to start and what have you, I was talking to other abutters. And there was one gentleman who lives on Haverhill Street, right where Charles joins Haverhill. You turn left, and I forget now whether he was a first or second house, but his concern was that he already had flooding problems, and he was very concerned that this would cause additional flooding concerns.
Is that gentleman here this evening? Has he reviewed the project that's in front of us this evening?
I don't know.
Because under the INRAD process, that proposes no construction. That only sets the wetland resource boundary. We weren't even proposing to remove a shovel full of dirt. So in terms of the neighbors' concerns, I can understand that. I can appreciate that. I just don't know what that neighbor was looking at that would, possibly have him come to that conclusion.
Well, so, I mean, obviously what he was looking at was water in his backyard, but so my real question here is that this is a phased approach, if you will. There's a roadway and then the houses. And so I'm just trying to think ahead, if this roadway goes ahead and then there's problems that become apparent downstream, I'm not sure what the remedy is. Essentially, the roadway is built, and then what? So I recognize there's no real question in there. It's an observation, but I just wanted to raise that person's concern.
My only last thought was with this is that in this location here, there's an existing 12-inch silted in culvert, okay?
Right.
So it's essentially not functioning as intended. Perhaps that's adding to some of the drainage issues the neighbor has. My guess is there's also a high water table in this area. That doesn't help. But what I can tell you, as part of this roadway proposal that's in front of the commission, we are proposing an open bottom box culvert. So not only does this box culvert meet the stream crossing standards, but it will help alleviate some of the flooding, I believe, because now the water will be able to flow freely from the right side of the plan to the left-hand side of the plan.
Okay, I don't have any other questions right now, at least. Thank you.
Okay, Brian, thank you. So I've got a couple of questions. The tax map 41 lot 29, is that what's the status of that property? Is that under an existing conservation restriction? And I'm thinking the house, and maybe this is a question for Chuck. It's like 347 Charles Street. There was a new construction there. And I think there was a property behind that resident. There was a big lot, and it happens to be this tax map 41 lot 29. Chuck, do you happen to know anything about that? Or
I'm not sure if Chuck heard that question.
Or
I will say if it backs up to this property here, it would be an even number on Charles Street. But obviously this is before my time, so I wouldn't have any guess as to which one you're talking about.
Anika, if you look at the screen, this is the land here.
Which screen? Hold on a sec. I know.
Oh, okay. So this is
I
land.
know. So it's that parcel. Is
Right.
that because based on what I can see That parcel is owned by a different property owner than the parcel with the road on it.
Right, but it encompasses the part of the development. So this is a landlocked parcel. And it's
Look
owned,
at Site, sheet 2 out of 6, that shows the parcel she's talking about. And I think she meant numbers 374, Charles, not 347, Charles.
You probably are right. The later it gets, the more I can't say things. 374, Charles.
I think it was at 366, Charles. The house that was built about a year ago by CGM Builders.
here's 366. I'm circling it on the screen.
Yeah, and that was a home that was demoed and a new house was built about a year ago, but I don't
Was it
think,
366?
I'm pretty sure.
So is there, I guess my question is, this parcel where the end of the cul-de-sac is proposed, first of all, is there a conservation restriction already on that property? Has that been checked?
I'm not aware. Jack, do you know if there's a CR?
I don't believe there is.
And I'm not saying there definitely is, but there's some story I remember from an earlier permitting. That's a problem with my memory, and I apologize if it causes undue additional labor for all you guys to check this, but that's why I was thinking Chuck could chime in if he remembered. I wondered if there was a conservation restriction on that property. That was one thing. The second thing I was wondering is, why did you specifically exclude applying for this permit under the town bylaw?
That is a good question. So when we were designing the project and looking at the project, the bylaw fees to perform or to try and get the approvals for this between the wetland impact, the disturbance within the 25-foot buffer zone area, which would include the wetland replication area, which would be over here. Portions of the roadway are within the town's associated buffer zones. The town bylaws gives a price per square foot of wetland alteration and buffer zone alterations. That's how the town calculates the fees. And the fees came to approximately $50,000 for us to file this under the local regulations. Our client was trying to talk to legal counsel with the town to try and see whether or not these fees would be considered a tax. Was there any type of limit on the bylaw fees? And from my understanding, there wasn't too much back and forth or really much of any response for that. So because of the cost of the bylaw fees, our client chose to go this route and just file it under the local Wetland Protection Act. And I believe at some point would like to broach the conversation with the commission as to, is there a limit to the bylaw fees? Is there a possible reduction that we could request? I don't know. I don't know where Anika went.
I was just about to say, I think everyone's waiting for Anika to speak. Oh, it looks she's yes, I see her in the waiting room.
Okay.
So she's presumably on her way back. Chuck, did you let her back in or?
Please.
Thought about it. No, she's yeah, I let her in. She should be in soon.
I'm trying to all right. I am sorry about that. You're at a critical point of explaining that the fees were stopping you, were prohibitive for the work. And I'm sorry I had to go.
Okay.
You just finish that thought.
So the conclusion was, so because the fees were $50,000, we didn't know if the commission would be open to either a fee reduction or didn't know if the commission had a policy on the cost limit. You know, is there a limit to the amount that the Reading Conservation Commission has? We didn't know how the commission felt, Anika, and we know there's a lot of new members as well on this commission.
Okay. If just sort of setting the fee issue aside as one part of the Reading requirements, there's a whole bunch of other Reading requirements that we would have for this project. So my question is, are you, by filing it this way under the Wetlands Protection Act only, are you planning on returning for a different permitting process for this road under the town regulations? Or are you making a case that the town regulations do not apply in this case?
No, the town regulations apply. There's no question about that. We
Okay.
would have to come back to the commission and file under the local bylaw and local regulations only.
For the
For the roadway, correct. So I was under the impression that the filing wouldn't be deemed complete if the local bylaw fees were not paid. So,
and I can't speak to that right now. I don't have enough information to settle the, to say anything about the fee discussion. Do you know what I mean? I'm trying to figure out which issues to focus on for this one. And so I'll just set that aside for now. But the other question I had was, in your feasibility evaluation, your alternatives analysis, did you evaluate pushing that cul-de-sac further upland?
let me go to.
And not kind of couch it, to minimize the amount of, like, there's an area there, 404 square foot of wetland area filled. Can you move that cul-de-sac upland out of the 404 square foot filling area? That seems to me that would probably be part of the feasibility, the alternatives analysis.
Jack, do you want to answer that question? Because I know we're proposing to extend Small Lane, so I didn't know if there was a cul-de-sac link we were trying to maintain, or.
Yeah, I can answer it. It's something we could look at, Anika. We were trying to keep as much upland area for lots 1 and 2 as possible. Under zoning, we need so much upland area. There may be the possibility, I'm already seeking a waiver from the planning board on the length of the roadway, because we exceed the maximum 500 feet turnaround dead end distance, but right now, small lane just dead ends. There's no turnaround. So there's actually an improvement with a cul-de-sac. It allows emergency vehicles to turn around safely. But from a conservation standpoint, could this road get extended and we maybe eliminate that wetland filling area number 2? It's a possibility. It's something we could look at.
Or angled.
Or angle it, correct.
Or angled and turn it into I mean, I don't know what configurations you have at your disposal, like if not a circle, you know, something D-shaped.
Yeah, typically they like the circle. Some towns have allowed me to do like hammerheads or Y-shaped turnarounds, and there's different options I could look at. But Reading typically likes the standard cul-de-sac. And just to echo what Maureen said, I mean, we have set this up with a lot of the local bylaw thresholds shown. We show the 25 to 35 foot buffer zones on the existing conditions plan. We show the number of 6-inch trees or greater that would have to be removed as part of this project under your tree policy. So and I don't think the owner's not looking to just say he's not paying any fees. We understand there'd be some fees. I think it was more the filling areas that were so extreme that the price amounts, and we're providing replication and some amenities as part of this project. I just want to be to the point that we don't expect a zero fee on the local end, but the 50,000 fee seemed quite excessive. So
something between 0 and 150 or 50,000. That makes sense. I'm making a joke. I'm sorry. It's not.
So there's a middle ground. It wasn't like we're looking for zero local fees, but 50,000 seemed extremely high for a 2-lot subdivision. That's all.
Okay. I apologize for having missed a lot of stuff earlier. So if we are reviewing this under just the state, you understand that the decisions we would make without considering the Reading bylaw could be a different set of decisions. I guess that's what I'm sort of thinking is like, if we're looking at this as a state wetlands filling requirement, the BVW performance standard is 1-to-1 replication. You know, whereas our town bylaw is 2-to-1.
So we do provide 2-to-1 in this scenario, just so that you're aware. And to be perfectly honest, I would love to file a notice of intent under the bylaw. Again, it was just the fees prohibiting that.
Got it.
So if the commission or the town or anyone was open to having a possible discussion, we would love to have a discussion on it at some point.
Okay. Chuck, did you want to chime in? Has everybody else commented on this in my absence? I hope you make good use of the time.
I think we should set up a site visit and continue to the next meeting, which is the July 28th.
I have no objection to that. Any comments from others on this one?
I just had one other thought. We had a certificate of compliance issue at the end of Small Lane, and I don't think that ever was finished. They took out the invasive species, but when I was there Tuesday, I didn't see any evidence that they had actually done the plantings that were requested. But I'm also seeing that this proposed road might go through where some of the plantings were supposed to be. So I don't know how that incomplete project from before impacts addressing this project. And if we're looking at site visits before the next meeting, I will again suggest that the Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of next week are the days that I could possibly go on one. But I've already walked it once, so if you want to do a site visit without me, that would be fine too.
Okay. I'm not going to go through the roll call if anybody else has a comment. Nope. Okay. So at this point, it sounds like we need to line up a site visit. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week, it sounds like is first available. I can't do the last week of July. Chuck, you want to?
I won't be here for the Friday of next week.
Yep.
Town's not open on Fridays.
Either Wednesday or Thursday of next week would work for me, just for the record.
That works for me as well.
Well, we're already doing a site visit at 5. Are we doing a site visit next Thursday at 15:03?
No, that's August.
We did have 15:03 written down, but we went there yesterday, so I don't think we need to have a site visit at 15:03.
Yeah, in the last meeting, you made that a placeholder calendar event.
Thank you. So we could do it on the 22nd instead of that visit.
Sure.
What say you?
Works for me.
Okay,
All right, I think I accidentally talked over Brian, but I said works for me.
great. Thanks, Joe. Chuck, how's that work for you? And Brian, it's yes?
Yes, I was going to say I actually talked up with Joe, but that's fine with me. Yes.
Great.
Yeah, the 22nd works.
Okay. So
Do we
Maureen?
want to do a morning again?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's working out.
Yes, that works for me. I can shuffle my schedule, so.
Another 8.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, there was some interference there. So what time was it in the end? 8 or 8:30?
8:30.
8:30. Okay, good.
Okay, do we need to vote on this? I don't think. Do we need a motion?
Need a motion to continue, maybe?
Yeah, let's do that. Motion to continue?
I'll make a motion to continue the hearing on Small Lane Extension until the 29th of July, no, 28th of July.
Okay, and before I ask for a vote, I did not open this particular hearing up to the public for comments. Is there anybody from the public who has any comments or questions? Anybody else? Okay, seeing none.
Well, sure, we have
We got one.
Keith.
yeah, there's Keith.
I'm no longer a co-host. I can't help, sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Keith, if you could just, for the record, state your name and address. And
Yeah, my name is Keith Dentremont. I'm at 392 Haverhill Street. I think I'm the person that Brian was referring to earlier. And I do have concerns and still have concerns about flooding. On one of the slides that you had showed earlier, on the back side of where the lot is, it shows a stream that kind of dead ends on the back of my property. I mean, it's right on the back of my property. Our sump pump runs every day, all year long. Obviously, with the rain that we've had recently, it's doing overtime. I have standing water in my backyard. We're at the lowest point on Haverhill Street, right where Haverhill Street joins Charles Street, it's a little bit of a dip. So I'm at 392, my parents are at 398, and there's standing water here pretty much year round. Obviously a lot more now. So when they address the draining issues, they talk about the front end and clearing that culvert and making it drain, and it's all nice and on the front end. My concern is what happens on the back end. It's wet year round as it is now. So when two houses go in there, or whatever the proposal is, where is that draining to, and how does that affect us? And I am concerned about it. Again, I have standing water year round, 100 feet from my house. And if you want to do a site view, come on by, I'll show it to you. So where does that water drain to? And again, you showed it on the map. The dead end of that stream is on the back end of my property.
Yeah.
And additionally, I know that, there's the whole swamp area around us and across on Haverhill Street. And it was so backed up the other day, I had to go across the street to Haverhill Street and clear the culvert there so that the water could drain. So, I hear things about people maintaining the drainage up there, and it's going to be some natural this and natural that. I don't see anybody clearing any drains from the town or anybody. So again, water is a big concern.
Okay. Keith, as far as you know, there's no culvert or under drain that drains this wetland area across Haverhill Street?
At 398, there's a culvert that was probably put in 30 years ago, and it's overgrown, it's filled in, it hasn't been maintained. In fact, there was a car accident there probably 8 or 10 years ago, and some of the wall was taken out, and that still hasn't been replaced. So, when I hear about properties being maintained and drainage being maintained, I have big concerns, whether it's from the town or individuals maintaining, proposed drainage areas.
Okay.
If you look at, it just seems to me that this, it's 18 months on the small lane effort. At 366 Charles Street was put up because they couldn't get the road in to go from there. They've been trying to develop this little patch of land for several years now. And it's push, it's chip away, and it's just I don't get why someone doesn't come and look and see, we have these buffer zones and all of these areas. Come down and take a look at it. There's going to be impact to the houses that are surrounding this. You're trying to appease a builder, but there's people living here, and they're the ones who are going to suffer the consequences of what goes on back there.
I hear you, Keith. I understand what you're saying. When it comes down to, the final approvals or the final approvals and what those look like, it's what our hands are tied with is the performance standards of the work. There are rules that rules set in place that allow a certain amount of alteration with compensation. So part of our job is to look at the rules and look at the resource areas and listen to your concerns and your observations.
So I grew up at 398 Haverhill Street, my parents' house, and my wife and I have now been here about 20 years. So I've probably spent a good 40 or 50 years here. It gets wet all the time. We've seen nothing but building going on. The fields, since I've been a kid here, there's been nothing but houses being put in, and it's affecting the water flow. And I understand that you have some rules and regulations, and people can work it so that to their benefit, but it impacts the people that are living here. And generally the feeling that I get in talking to people is that there is no concern for the neighbors here, and that what's going to happen is going to happen with our input or without. And so,
Frustrating.
It's frustrating. And we're it's going to happen because nobody's listening to what's happening down here. No one's seeing what we see is the potential impact. And again, I've been on this road probably 40 plus years, and I've seen the changes, and they are changing. The wildlife is going away. There's more water. We didn't have a sump pump when we first moved in. Now it runs all the time. I've had to put French drains in my basement, so there's issues.
Okay. Okay.
So I appreciate your time. I just wanted to, make sure that our voices are trying to be heard. Thank
I
you.
just have one suggestion. I wonder whether See Click Fix would also be a place where the Dentromonts could go with the culvert that's not being maintained and maybe get on that maintenance list.
Yeah, I heard that, input earlier. I think it was Chuck that mentioned it from the DPW. So that's certainly something we can look into. I thought things were on a regular maintenance, but we could certainly, but yeah, we could check it off. But I think Chuck even mentioned it's backed up and backlogged and but we could certainly look into it.
No, I didn't say, Anika said it was backed up and backlogged. I didn't say that. Yeah. So I think that if you go on See Click Fix, you'll have someone go out and review it. And I'm not telling you that it's not going to be like the next day or anything, but that's a very effective app to request.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. But again, I think, and that's great. That's good input. I think, again, the bigger concern is the overall long-term impact. Where's the water going to drain to? How's it going to affect it? Again, if you look at the slide that you showed up, that river dead ends right on the back end of my property. So my concern is more water is not good.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Caitlin and Ben. If you could just introduce yourselves and tell us your address.
Hi, yes. Caitlin and Ben, we're on 21 Dana Road. So we're on the other side of Keith. And we also have the same concerns about the water because we have water when you guys do the walkthrough in our backyard. And also how the land is in the back, it's on like a hill. And so when we walk up back there, just concerns about demolishing that whole area and building a road and what that impact is to not only our water, but our view with all that conservation land. And the trees on the Dana Road side didn't seem like there was going to be that many additional, like the 2-to-1. It looked like it was more on the other side of the road. So just preserving, all the wildlife, like we said, and we're just worried about that, the folks on Dana Road.
Anika, are you speaking? You're muted. I am not a good lip reader, but Anika is trying to tell.
Okay, now I can unmute myself. It's when I leave and I'm come back and I don't have the same privileges I had originally. So any other questions from the public? I know Keith still has his hand up. I don't know if he has something else to add. No, okay. So we have a site visit scheduled, correct? So let's continue this. Okay, so I will entertain a motion. Joe?
Could I ask you a question real quick?
Yep.
Pertinent to all these questions about water flow. It sounds like it's silted in, and right now the water doesn't flow through that culvert under the proposed road, period. But do we know which way the water would flow, assuming that we're open? Like which way it's going to flow?
I don't know for sure right now, and I don't know if Chuck knows for sure right now. The assumption, it sounds like, would be it drains from the area behind Charles to the area to the right of Haverhill. It goes east, is what it sounds like. And Keith is the property owner right at the bottleneck there.
Actually, Anika, when you and I walked the property the other day, we looked under the trail we were walking on and there was water flowing northwards under the road. I'm thinking that's the silted in culvert that we walked over the top of. and there was quite a active flow because of all the heavy rains. So it's flowing from, if you're looking at the cul-de-sac, it's flowing from the right side of the road toward the left side of the road under the trail there. And then that leads to all that blue on the cover sheet of this map.
Okay,
Thanks
plenty more details to nail down. So I'd like to move on. Any other questions or comments? Otherwise, let's move on with our agenda. I'll entertain a motion to continue.
I'll move to continue the small lane extension, assessors map 40 and 41, lots 153, 155, and 29 to July 28th.
Second
Second.
motion.
Martha,
Martha Moore in favor.
did we lose Carl? We'll just go to John.
John Sullivan in favor.
Joe,
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Brian,
Brian Bowe in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Okay,
Have a good night.
thank you. You too.
All right, Commission, it's 11 o'clock and we should have been done by 10. So let's see if we can get through the rest of this stuff quickly. So there's no regulation fee discussion. It was going to be continued, where we had a package that Town Council hasn't commented on yet. 259, 267 Main Street, Jay Flanagan has continued to the next meeting, which is July 28th. Jim Castellano, we did a site visit. We have comments, but Jim wasn't notified. So we're going to wait with those comments until the meeting comes up. And then we can have a discussion with Jim Castellano, Armor Development, when he's here. Michael Rivers, the enforcement order. Michael has, he has contracted with Williams and Sparagus. They're developing a plan to restore the bank. It'll be in front of the commission when next meeting or so, from what I hear. Veterans Way, we have not heard from the owner at 11 Veterans Way. They're angling with the engineering department to try to have a fence on an easement, and the town does not allow fences on easement. So I'm not sure. We've asked them just to revise the plan and show it not on the easement, and that hasn't come in yet. Then we're down to these requests for certificate of compliance, COC, certificate of compliance. All of those are still waiting. Hangstrom will wait for them to contact us. We approved a request for determination of applicability, which would involve some of the work he needs to finish up to receive the certificate of compliance. So it's up to that family to give us a call. And Hughes and Dement are not finished. So all the administrative reports on Plymouth, Haverhill, and Howard Street, they can all wait. Nothing new since our last meeting. There's no correspondence, and an emergency permit, no emergency permits. There were 2 issued for the Beaver Dam removal, but that second one was extended into next month, and they'll begin to remove portions of the Beaver Dam maybe today, but in the next couple of days, and those will be gone, and I'll update you when they are gone.
Chuck, we have Bill Johnson here. Is there something on our agenda that addresses?
Bill Johnson's is part of Small Street. It's
Okay.
Yeah, he was part of that project. I don't know otherwise.
Thanks. So
If it's the same Bill Johnson, if not, if that Bill Johnson on the screen has something to say, you can certainly raise your hand, and we'll open up for any comments you may have. There's no bills. We don't have. I didn't send out the minutes because I didn't get them. So really, we're just at that point. I don't see Bill's hand up.
any left?
Any left? Okay.
Okay. Then if there's nothing else, I'll just take a motion to, close to adjourn.
To adjourn the meeting?
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, everyone. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.